Hello, hello, and welcome to another exciting episode of Skeptics and Seekers Sunday Sermon Supplemental. That is 5S, and also Red Letters Supplemental, because I'm putting this on the Red Letters channel as well. So, for you Red Letters members who don't want to rub shoulders with those nasty non-paying people, don't worry, they won't take offense. They're not members anyway. You can do your commenting right here on Red Letters. This will also be on YouTube if you want to put some comments there. That's great. I may or may not see them. I'm not a big user of YouTube, but I understand that if you get people to subscribe and like your videos, it helps move them up to the top somehow. So if you are watching on YouTube, please, what is it they say? Smash that like button. Take the like button on your keyboard, rip it off, stomp it into the ground. How does this work? Anyway, press the like button. Let's make that happen. Today we are talking about a very serious issue. We're talking about Russia. We're talking about the Russia-Ukraine situation that's going on in the world. And you might say, but yes, David, weren't you on a podcast about that? Well, actually, you wouldn't say that because it hasn't been edited and put on the air. At some point, Andrew and Matthew will get that show edited. So there is another show on that subject. This one will be different from that one, though, because today we're talking with Teddy, the bear. And here's the thing. As much as Teddy and I have chatted and emailed about this, neither of us have any clue what the other thinks about any of the things that we're going to talk about today. So, Teddy, how you doing?
Doing well. How about you?
I'm doing great, I guess.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm a little sniffly, but I should be okay.
I am too. I'm going to try not to fiddle with my eyes. I've been dealing with eye boogers. Does this gross anyone out? Anyway, yeah, I'm going to try not to fiddle with it. There just might be gunk dribbling down my face. I'm just going to ignore it like it's not even there. I've also had a little bit of the sniffles, and I used some Afrin before the show. So that is my snort of choice when I have this problem. I've got to go on air. I understand that you took some pharmaceuticals yourself. Anything fun?
Claritin D.
Okay.
6 months expired, but it was that or Zyrtec, and I knew that my odds were better with the Claritin D, so I'm glad I took it
Okay.
last night.
Okay. Does it get stronger when it gets old? I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know. I was Googling it, and it seemed a little, but I'm feeling better than I was last night. I wasn't sure how things were going to be this morning.
Well, we'll see. So both of us are fighting a little bit of the yuck. I did take one of those at-home COVID tests that Biden personally sent me, and I seem to be COVID-free. Have you received your Biden COVID
I
test?
have not. I have not.
Have you asked for them? Have you gone
No.
online? You know, you can.
Well,
There's
I've
an
got
internet.
two extra, but I'm quite certain it was the paint fumes. We had paint going
Right,
on,
you were
painting going
hoofing.
on.
You were hoofing before the show. Yeah.
And I was afraid that this was going to happen. And
I
because
have that effect on people.
bleach will do that too. It gives me the symptoms of
Stay
a
out of the paint
cold.
can. Um, So anyway, this is not right. I'm not representing you correctly. So speaking of fair representation, you've got
Mhm.
some things going on. So I know that you're in the Royal Order Society of Shroud Loonies. I don't know the official name is something like that. And
The Shroud Science Group.
yeah, whatever I said. And you also have a book on the way eventually, if you can stop writing appendices.
I know, I know. I do have that tendency to go off on tangents, so this
No.
all go in the appendix. So I've got more far more in the appendix that's been written in the main book. But
Yeah, it's coming though. What's it about? Tell people what it's about.
well, it's the title is "The Blood of Christ," and it deals with the blood on the shroud of Turin. And so it's going to be an in-depth analysis on the blood. And I ended up one of the things that went into the appendix that I just sent you recently dealt with. And in most shroud books, they tend to mention the issue of where in Luke 22, 43 through 44, where it mentions that Christ's sweat became like blood. And so I guess because there's the mention of blood, it tends to get mentioned in shroud
Right,
books
there's
and
none of that's
how
in the
there's
shroud itself. So why would it?
exactly, but it always ends up being in shroud
It
books in
seems
most of
ridiculous.
them.
It's
And
completely tangential.
I know, but it does deal with blood, and my book is called "The Blood of Christ." So I figured I would mention it because there has been some updated medical information and case studies
We'll
on
talk
that.
about
Because
this offline, but okay.
yeah, but so anyway, it got interesting. But the important takeaway is that what almost all Christian scholars say, which is that, and what most modern Bibles, other than I think the King James, say that Luke 22, 43 through 44 is fake. I have found out that that is actually not the case. That is,
Yeah, you
I
can
mean, it's,
probably even save the ending of Mark, but again, we might talk
it,
about that.
yeah, and I'm probably going to tackle that, not in the book,
Oh
but
no, it'll be in Appendix Z.
it might.
Oh. Let me just say, folks, I haven't read her manuscript or anything like that, but I have read the appendices that we are talking about now, and I just want to say that if the book is as well written as the appendix, it's going to be great. And whatever whatever I say about Teddy on air from this point, I just want you to know that I'm very proud of what she's doing. It looks great. I will be first in line to buy it. I will read it. I will enjoy it, and then I will slag it online. But it is it is very very well written. I will also say that Teddy on her shroud stuff is very well researched. She's no slouch, and she has my seal of approval. So for whatever that's worth, I think it's going to be great. So we're looking forward to that release. Please keep us informed.
I will. And thank you so much for your kind words, David. It means a whole lot coming from you.
Those will be the last ones. I don't know what's going to happen on this show, honestly. So there was
Fireworks.
that we had been talking about doing this show for about 3 weeks, I guess. It's been on the calendar, and I didn't write any notes for it at any reasonable time, as my per usual. And so she sent over some suggestions of things that we would talk about, and those were actually things that were top on my list to talk about anyway. So those are going to be in there, very reasonable topics. And then this morning, before the show, I revised the document and sent it back to her with 3 more topics that were admittedly poison pills, as per my usual. So she wants to tackle the poison pills first, as per her usual. So with that in mind, I think we're going to jump right in. I am going to take the opportunity to make an opening statement. Now, Teddy, I'm going to give you a chance to think about whether you want to make an opening statement. Teddy comes on these shows. She's done a lot of shows with me. She knows that we have the tendency to do opening statements. She is never ready with an opening statement. It's always, oh, well, maybe I'll do one now. I mean, it's like a surprise to her. It's kind of like when my wife orders pizza We're sitting there at the TV, and there's someone at the door, and she's like, "Oh, wait a minute! And then we don't have anything to drink. We don't have any napkins. We don't have any plates." And it's like, we had lots of time. We knew this was coming, right? Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and make an opening statement, Teddy, and you can pretend that you had one all ready to go, even though I know you didn't. And my opening statement will be very brief. It will be this. Kind of like I said on the last show I did on this subject, I don't know. That is my dominant thought right now, and I hope that I have some clarity after this show. I gained a little bit of clarity after the last time I discussed this, but only a little. And Teddy and I are going to go in directions that the other show did not touch. And so this is actually a show where I think more of my heart is, I think. And I'm hoping that with this conversation with Teddy, I can clarify my thinking a little bit better. So I am going to let the audience in on a secret that is not much of a real secret. But those of us that get on the mic and podcast together, oftentimes we talk or email off mic. We have conversations that you don't get to hear. And that's a good thing because we say things that you should not hear. We let the freak flag fly. There are some things that I say when I'm on the phone with Andrew that even I would not say in public on a mic. I simply wouldn't do it. And the reason, and he says some things. The reason, though, should be obvious, but it may not be immediately obvious. We need a safe space. Not just podcasters. Everybody needs a safe space to talk about big issues in their lives and to talk about it without boundaries, without referees, just to air it out, to vent. And some of the things that we say in those sessions are poisonous. If anyone actually heard me say some of the things that I actually think in times like that, you'd stop listening to me. You would wonder how someone could even think such a terrible thought. Let me tell you, we think terrible thoughts. We all think terrible thoughts. And we use each other as safe spaces to bounce off ideas and some of these terrible thoughts. They don't make it on air. Today, some of those thoughts might make it on air because Teddy and I literally have not talked about the meat of this discussion, and we really don't know what the other thinks. And Teddy and I tend to get a little bit emotional when we talk about this stuff, and we go a little bit crazy. And we talk on air as if we were in one of those off-mic safe spaces. And today, I think that could happen. And so I am going to ask you to listen to this with grace and give us the opportunity to say some things that no one should probably say out loud. I mean, I'm going to try to edit myself, but I'm a terrible self-editor, and Teddy's even worse. She's bad. So, and I'm asking you to apply that same grace to Teddy as you hopefully will apply to me, and pretend like this is one of those safe spaces where we can vent some awful things that we then later process when we're using our full brains. So that's my plea and my opening statement. Teddy, would you like to follow on with that? You're on mute.
Oh, there we go. Yes. One of the, I think, most important things to grapple with, given the horrific tragedy that we are seeing unfold in the Ukraine, with lives lost, people terrorized, bodies strewn in the street, seeing what evil and oppression look like in real time. And there's the natural question among Christians and of course, atheists. To Christians, it's where is our God in all of this? And to atheists, it's where is your God in all of this? And it's an important question. And I think that it seems, from my experience in speaking with atheists and with reading about various atheists, that one of the biggest things that seem to cause them to lose their belief in God is the question of human suffering and the problem of evil, and whether a good God would permit such things in a world that is under his control, and whether it's in his control and could it be, and all of these questions. And so it concerns me for all of my atheist friends and for all of the atheists that are out there who I don't know, that I feel that so many of them, having heard their stories, there has been a lot of suffering in their life. And when they turned to God back when they were still Christians, they didn't get what they needed from God. And it felt to them that if God could not give them what they needed to feel whole during that time of suffering, that God must not be there, or if a God is there, that it can't be the Christian God, because the Christian God is supposed to be good. And so I think that cognitive dissonance has caused so many of my friends to, I'm still not convinced that they don't believe in God. I think that so many of them, whether they want to admit it to themselves or not, are disappointed by God, and disappointment can lead to bitterness, and bitterness to anger. And so that's why I think that perhaps in times of great suffering, whether one is in the middle of a war or in a personal crisis, that one has to have an understanding of what to expect of God, because there's nothing worse than having one's hopes dashed by having expectations, and those expectations not coming through and occurring. and so I think that discussion will be very, very important for today. So I look forward to, I don't want to dodge it. I want to meet it head on.
Well, damn, I can't even mock you. All right. So I think I think, honestly, that sets the tone. We both have an undercurrent of a lot of serious feeling about this. And let's see if we can maybe help each other bring feeling into focused thought. So we will, of course, start with a poison pill, and I think that your opening statement is a good way to introduce this. Should Christians even be concerned about what goes in the world, since God is in control? Now, let me just say up front, I recognize that there is a difference between Calvinists and other types of Christians. But as I have said on other shows, that Calvinism is one of, I think, the foundations to modern Christianity today. There are parts of it in every form of Christianity. And so I know that part of the pushback is, well, I'm not a Calvinist. Well, yeah, actually, you are in ways that you probably don't realize. Because whatever religion you are, maybe not the Greek Orthodox, I don't know anything about that, but whatever religion you are, by and large, there's a good chance that Calvinism has influenced the way that religion is practiced today. It is a very strong influence. And so, that said, there is a very strong belief in and out of Calvinism that God is sovereign. And I think the question of sovereignty is a good place to start because there is a secular version of this too that we will get to probably not next, but before this conversation is over. But right now we're just dealing with theological sovereignty. God is sovereign. And so he has a plan. He's in control. He's not surprised by what's going on in Russia right now. In fact, he saw it coming. In fact, you could say he chose to actualize this universe out of all of the universes where maybe there wasn't a Ukraine war. But he chose to actualize this one. And so you might even say he preferred this universe to other universes. So that said, if God is in that much control, from a Christian perspective, why should any of us spend one moment thinking about what should or shouldn't happen in Ukraine? Because if God's will be done, then God's will is what's going to happen in Ukraine. Help me think through that.
Okay. Well, I I don't think that God is, I mean, first of all, we don't know that there are more than one, that there's more than one universe. Uh, there's this universe, and then for the Christians, there's heaven and hell. And, whether hell is a real place or just somewhere out there in the ether away from God, we can't necessarily be sure about that. But so I don't necessarily agree that there's more than one universe, so to speak. Um, and then
I was
there's
speaking in it more along the lines of the modal um, logic
okay,
and possible worlds. So
okay,
that form of logic that that Dale prefers a lot would suggest that in some other possible world, the Ukraine war is not happening. That's a feasible
sure.
proposition, and so God could have actualized the world where the Ukraine war wouldn't happen, but
Mhm.
instead He actualized this world.
Right.
And so, where I would say in the Christian view, yes, this is the only actualized world.
Okay.
It's
So,
one of many possibilities that could have happened.
so in terms of with the world that he created, one of the important aspects of it was the ability for humans to have free will. And the reason why is because if you don't have free will, then we're robots. And God pre-programming us to do certain things, it loses all meaning. Um, John Lennox, Dr. John Lennox would talk about how exciting would it be, or how heartwarming would it be if when he walked in the home, he had a Stepford wife that he pre-programmed to give him a kiss on the cheek every time he came in. If it's pre-programmed, it doesn't have meaning. There has to be the ability to choose. And it is in the choices that we make that value comes about. And so you cannot have love unless you choose to love. You cannot have hate unless you choose to hate. And there's indifference. And I think sometimes that can sometimes be a choice too, whether we really think about it or not. But So in giving us free will, God wanted, he created us because he did not want, well, I mean, not that he was totally alone, because there's the Trinity, but he wanted humans, people that he created in his image, to love. And our loving him is part of it, but the biggest thing was his loving us. And of course, with Christian doctrine, and just from, opening our eyes and seeing what goes on in the world, we're all sinful creatures to one extent or another. And so God gave us the ability to become acceptable in his eyes, free of that sin. But we have to make choices. And without those choices, we're just meaningless creatures to him. So there has to be the ability for humans to do evil if humans are to be able to have the ability to do good, because without the contrast, nothing exists without the contrast. You cannot know happiness if you've not known suffering. And we can sometimes see this with some young children. I've seen little kids at Christmas time, and they're opening one present after another. They're too young to have known any real suffering other than perhaps their parents, grounding them or whatever. But sometimes when there's just so much good going on, people just get accustomed to that and they become complacent. And those great times, those exciting things lose their meaning, as opposed to, like, when I was a kid, at Christmas time, I'd get about maybe 3 gifts, and one from Santa Claus, and just seemed a lot more appreciative than some of these children that I see, that it's just one gift after another, and then they stop even really paying attention to what's in it. They just are after opening the next gift. So
there's some limits to your argument here. So
mhm.
if you would, I would say, just off the top of my head, what's wrong with becoming complacent when things are good? Um, that is certainly a possible outcome, but things are good. That's a good thing, and maybe I don't appreciate them as much as if things were bad first. But I'm also not complaining. Things are good. They're just boring and good. I can live with that. Why do we need suffering to bring out the good? If we do, then wouldn't it actually stand to reason that we need more suffering? I mean, if you really want to experience more good, then what you need is more suffering. And then things will be even better. What you need to do is starve, really become malnourished for a month or two, and then you'll really appreciate that can of corn in your cupboard that you have been ignoring for the last 3 years. You're gonna really love it now. So I mean, why not? If your argument stands, why not just make us suffer even more so that we could really appreciate the little things?
I think the answer is, I'm going to make an odd comparison, but it seems apt. Almost like waterboarding. If you stay down too long, you die. You got to be able to come up for air. And there's some people that, little children that are born and have cancer, and I still think that they still, even in the suffering that they experience, there's still those breaths that they take of fresh air. And if it becomes nothing but suffering, I don't know that there's the ability to then, for the person to rise up and be changed and then do other things that would be pleasing to God in the transformation that occurs
Okay, then why aren't
from the
we all
suffering.
blessed with the same amount of suffering then?
I
I mean,
think,
if those kids with cancer are so blessed, why don't we all just have childhood cancer? Um, that that would make such a much better existence for everyone. Everyone would be so much happier because we've all suffered so much. I don't understand this idea that suffering brings out the good. You know what brings out the good? Good brings out the good. Suffering brings out the suffering, and I refuse to see suffering defined as something good. But once again, I don't see Christians purposefully looking for ways to suffer so that they can appreciate their lives more. And it just seems like a very uneven distribution of suffering if this is God's plan for our good.
well, I think that suffering shakes us sometimes out of our complacency, because when everything is good, how many people find the need to turn to God if everything is just perfectly good? I think it was C.S. Lewis
No
that
one.
said,
I agree with you. I'm gonna grant you that right now. You don't even have to cite C.S. Lewis.
mhm,
That fool.
he's
I
not
will.
a fool.
I will go. I will go ahead and grant you that no one would have any reason to seek God if they weren't wallowing in the mud, looking for their next meal. But that's not a great argument for God. That's just an argument for desperation. If the only way God can get you to love Him is to make you suffer, then He's not a very good God. He's not a very good person. He's not a very good leader. I don't need anyone to suffer for them to want to follow me.
It's
And,
not
and, and God
necessarily
shouldn't God shouldn't want that either. He shouldn't need that either.
it's not necessarily to follow him or to love him, but one of the things a lot of um, people have this idea that life is supposed to be all about pleasure and happiness, and there's
Heaven.
nothing but that heaven's heaven, but in terms of this world,
Oh.
um
But there's nothing wrong in principle with a life of pleasure and happiness because you believe in heaven.
well, I mean, yeah, but what I'm saying, but heaven is a whole different ball game, and
Why?
heaven isn't, because heaven doesn't have sin, and heaven is in the presence of God, and so it's not a fallen world the way this world
Okay, but you're
is.
extolling the virtue of suffering. And I'm just saying, if it's that great, why isn't it a part of heaven? No, actually, when you think about heaven, you say, "Oh no, suffering has no place in a good life." But on earth, you think, "Oh no, suffering is the essence of a good life," and that seems to
I
be
didn't say that. I just said that it is part of life. It is not some, God never promised
okay.
that we would
Hangnails are a
live.
part of life. You wouldn't say that they were good, though. I mean, having a hangnail doesn't make you appreciate the other nine toes that don't have hangnails.
But a lot, for example, let's take a lot of drug addicts. Many of them will not change their life until they hit absolute rock bottom. Most of the time, if they get this close to rock bottom, I mean, let's look at Robert Downey Jr. He had to, I mean, he was many times, inches away from rock bottom. And that, he still went back to drug use. And it was only when he just totally hit rock bottom, which that rock bottom is suffering, and the worst suffering imaginable for him. And that is what then turned his life around. There are countless instances where people, and I've seen it in my own life too, where suffering has it has a way of getting you to figure out what your priorities are in life. And I think that when people think that our life here on earth is all about happiness, that's what we want it to be. But I don't think that that's God's prime objective.
Yeah,
I
so let's
think
get
his,
rid of that guy so that we can go ahead and pursue a happier life. Because
well, but
I have no interest in someone whose prime objective is not my happiness.
But it's not really about us because we're not the Almighty
But I'm about
God.
me. I'm about me. I don't care what he's about. If he's not about me, then I don't see why I should care what he's about. If you want something other than my happiness, screw that guy. I want my happiness. That's important to me. So let's figure out how to make that happen. I By the way, I want your happiness. I don't care if God wants you to go through a season of unhappiness. Screw that guy. I defy him for that. I care about your happiness. I care about my happiness. And if he cares about his glory more than he cares about our happiness, screw him and his glory. He can burn in the hell that he created for the devil and his angels.
It's not just about, I mean, it is about his glory, but I think that ultimately what we have to realize is that God is more concerned with us here on earth becoming virtuous. And that is what he is after. And that's why this earth is a proving ground. It's about getting fallen beings to become as virtuous as possible. And it is through the struggle of happiness and suffering and all of the in-betweens that we start to just really, again, put our priorities into focus. And he's not about it. He never said this is just supposed to be a happy world. We're sinful creatures and he's given us free will. So you're going to have some, and I think there's a certain amount of randomness that occurs in the world, such as natural disasters. I mean, you have with evil, you have
Hold on,
um,
hang on. I want to make sure that I have this correct. You believe that natural disasters are random. You don't believe that God, for instance, orders the storm.
I think that there can be situations like the flood where it's done on purpose, but I think that there's a lot of randomness
Well, what makes you think that?
built in.
Because the Bible shows us a God who orders the storm. So why, wherewith do you suggest that there are ever any storms that he doesn't order?
I don't know that God orders every storm that goes on. I would tend to think that he doesn't. And just because he doesn't do doesn't order 99.999% of all storms doesn't mean that when he wants to do something that he can't insert himself into the situation and cause something to happen. That's kind of like with miracles. The natural order of things is that certain things happen. There's the cycle of life. Um, we can't all live forever. So there's a certain amount of disease that happens. Just, we have to die somehow. We're not made to live
There are all
forever
kinds
on
of
this earth.
ways that he could make us die without disease and pain and fear and decay and loss of function. There are all kinds of ways that we could die.
Sure.
We could be having our best day in our best year and just lay down and not wake up. That would be one way to die. That would be preferable than every other way to die I can think of. So, I mean, he couldn't make us to simply expire when it's time to expire. We don't have to get cancer to die.
Right. But that is not the way that complex creatures come about. And
That are
that's
stuck in this shithole of a life.
again,
But
it's
it is the way
about
that it's the way
virtue.
they work in heaven, though. So we do have another option for how life can be. And so it
Mhm.
seems like we are stuck in the bad version. Just real quick, we're so far off topic. We're gonna need a map and an Uber to find the topic again. But something you said a moment ago, I didn't want to lose completely, is that God wants us to be virtuous. Why does God want us to be virtuous? What good is virtue in the grand scheme of eternity? In heaven, once again, are people going to be virtuous? Are we going to be? Are we going to show grace to one another? Are we going to need grace in heaven? Are people going to be pissing us off in heaven, and we need to show some virtue? Are people going to be poor in heaven, and we're going to have to give them some charitable donation? What good is virtue in your world?
Well, in this world, I mean, it makes people better people. That's an interesting question that you raise in terms of how we, how are souls in heaven, or are they virtuous? I never thought about that. I don't know. But I would tend to think that, as the old adage says, when the cat's away, the mice shall play. With God right there, I don't know that too many of us are gonna step out of the line, even if we can sin. Uh, Up there, I don't
Yeah,
know
but
that
what
we
about
would
down here
want
then?
to. I don't know that we would want to.
If God's idea of us being virtuous down here makes sense, then shouldn't more people be virtuous? Because there are plenty of Christians out there. They're not terribly virtuous. I'm more virtuous than almost every Christian I know. And
Well,
I'm not, this is not a high boast. Okay. It's just that having been in the position that I was in as a Christian, I know how people really live, and their lives were not filled with more virtue than anyone else's. And so, if God's goal in giving us all this suffering is to make us more virtuous, He is failing.
maybe those people hadn't had the right type of suffering enter into their life to make their lives more God centered instead of them being more me centered. Because when we're all about being centered on ourselves, self centered, uh, selfishness, I'm sure there are lots of people that think it's great to be selfish, but what does that really lead to? That leads to all sorts of evil, because then whatever we want, we should be able to get it. If you have something I want, I'll steal it. I'll take it. If somebody's in my way, let's kill them.
I don't think that follows. Let me say something that's controversial that'll get people mad at me. Um, I like it when people are mad at me. They say things, and I can comment, and I can get into little keyboard warrior wars with people. Um, so anyway, that's how my twisted psyche works, people. I'm sorry. Um, I
Probably why we
think
get along.
so. I haven't thought this one fully through, but I'm gonna trial it right here. I don't think selfishness is a problem. Um, I think the problem is limited resources. So, just to give you an example, if there is enough food for everybody, in fact, let's say that food is just self-replicating. There's no way that any one person could get all the food.
Mhm.
So, if everyone just selfishly got as much food as they wanted, they'd still be selfish, but it wouldn't harm anybody else because there's plenty of food for you too. So the problem isn't the selfishness. The problem is in the limited resource. Let's make a more
Is it
gross.
really being selfish if you're just okay? So, for example, if I'm in my home and I'm eating dinner, I'm not really being selfish by eating dinner. But if I
Aren't you?
am, I mean,
What about that homeless person less than 5 miles from your door who's
well,
not
and
eating dinner?
that's what I was going to get into to show the contrast. It's like if I'm in front of somebody and I'm eating and I don't share, then that's selfish. But you make a correct point too. Why should it just be when they're in front of us? We know that there are people that are hungry. So, that is selfish of us to not go and either do things to help the homeless or to give money to the missions.
Right,
Usually if
because
we
we're looking after our interests, which is a natural thing to do. You look after the interests of your kids. You don't look after the interest of my kids. Now, I don't have any kids, so it's really easy for you not to look after the interests of my kids. But let's just say that I did. As much as I want your kids to do well, I want my kids to do well. And in a world of limited resources, I'm going to try to make sure that my kids get the resources, even if that means your kids don't get the resources. The problem would not be my selfishness. The problem would be the limited resources. And that seems to be the problem that we should be working on. I don't see the problem of selfishness.
But there's a question of, and I get the whole supply and demand thing and limited resources, but there's also the situation where sometimes people have more than enough. I mean, because God tells us, first
We all have more than enough. I'm talking to you on a.
But we don't all have more than enough. There are people
everybody
out there
who can listen to this podcast has more than enough because they've got internet access. They've got something that they can listen to this on. I'm talking to you on a cheap from my standard, but a Rode pod mic, which is actually a very nice pod mic. The mic arm that this mic is on cost more than the mic. The mic arm that is holding this mic could probably feed 2 families in Tanzania. I don't care. I'm enjoying this mic arm. Am I selfish? You better believe I'm selfish. But it is not my problem that the people in Tanzania don't have enough. The problem isn't that I wanted this mic arm and bought it. The problem is there are limited resources, and God put us on a planet that will not produce enough resources so that people can't just be selfish and enjoy what they want to enjoy without going hungry and dying. It's not the fact that we want to live, that we want to take care of ourselves, that we want to have nice things, that we want our kids to do well. The problem is that we don't have any way of distributing the resources on this planet so that no one has to suffer. Now, you can say, but we've got enough food. We could feed everyone. Okay, great. That may be true in some theoretical sense. But you try taking some of the food in your fridge and sending it to a family in Tanzania and tell me how possible it is to do that.
Well, there are ways to do that through groups. Obviously, you can't do it yourself, but there are groups that are organized to do that are capable.
But a lot of times the government that are starving.
But a lot of times it's like with Ethiopia, lots of food and aid would come to them, and then the corrupt government would seize it.
But there should be enough. You see, there should be enough food accessible to the people who need food, so that no government could seize it. Once again, you're just rewrapping the thing that I said about limited resources. The food may not be limited on our side of the equation, but it's limited on their side of the equation,
and they have suffering.
So why is it my fault that they have limited resources? It's not my fault that they have limited resources.
It's not. I mean,
and that's why I can eat a nice meal and not worry about the people starving in Ethiopia. I know it sounds cold,
but what about the people starving in America, or
also not my problem.
In your city? Well, but that's where we get into the issue of virtue versus selfishness, because it's not virtuous to have the attitude that you have.
You're virtuous, and I guarantee someone starving less than 5 miles away from your house.
I'm sure, and I'm not saying that I'm virtuous. But
I think you're virtuous. I think you're virtuous enough. But once again, I'm not entirely sure what the point of this brand of virtue is. It's virtue signaling. Sure, I can say nicer things right now and make people like me instead of the hate that they're writing right now. But the fact is, as much as I would love to help more people in need, and I have done many things to help people in need.
Your coronavirus stuff. Well, I was just gonna say, with the book that you put together during COVID, and so
there were a few $1,000s that went to aid there. I get it, and I'm not trying to. So
you weren't just being all about David as much as you like to
But
say that you are.
I don't think that any human is just all about themselves because we're social creatures. And so to some degree, we have to care about the people around us. Otherwise, there will be no society.
A friend of mine, she told me a long time ago, because she would see some of the friends that I had, and they would just sometimes overstep and take advantage of me. And she was just saying, and I'd complain to her about, so and so doing whatever. And she had told me, she said, in this world, you got two basic types of people. You've got the givers and you've got the takers. And she said, there's some people that they're always looking to see what they can get out of from somebody else. And they're always looking out for their own self-interest. Whereas there's some people that are looking to do for others, that are others centered. And we see a lot of times, I've heard the definition given regarding depression, that it has to do with being overly focused on oneself as opposed to others, thinking about all of one's own problems. Whereas if you're busy showing sympathy or even empathy for others, you don't have a bunch of time to just think about woe is me. I mean, sure, if you're going through hard times, it's going to enter your mind, but it's that excessive focus on oneself that can frequently trigger that sort of a downward spiral in terms of somebody. It's like if you're out there focused on others, it shifts your focus. And then when you're doing good for others, there's the joy that we receive, the beautiful joy in bringing joy to somebody else.
Okay,
And
look, real quick. I'm gonna interject here. I'm gonna read a Bible verse. We're gonna wrap this one up and move on. We actually have 5 more. Um, I'm not being a very good host. I haven't talked to you in a while, and we might ramble. Everyone must submit to governing authorities, for all authority comes from God, and those in position of authority have been placed there by God. You were just saying earlier that, sometimes you send aid and then some tin pot dictator won't allow the things to get through to the people. It seems like God set things up exactly this way, to ensure that there would be scarcity, even when there doesn't need to be scarcity, by putting tin pot dictators between supply and the demand. And so once again, this is not something that you control or I control. This is not something that we can very easily do something about. This seems to be the type of civilization that God set up on purpose so that there would be haves and have-nots. No, from a Christian perspective, that's what I would have to believe, I think. And I'm not sure that there are many good options for not believing that. And you would just have to say, God has a reason for the poor. As Jesus said almost flippantly, the poor will always be with us. Don't worry about it. This is, as a secularist, I can just say, am I selfish? Yes, but I'm selfish in a way that is perfectly healthy and human because I want to live. And if I want to live more than someone else, great, I'm going to live and they're not. And if I'm closer to, the limited resource that requires life and they're not, I'm going to live and they're not. I'm sorry, that's how it's going to be. I'm going to make sure that my family has the resource. And if I'm stronger than them, my family's going to live and theirs not. And I suspect the same is true for you. And I just get a little bit of pique when people try to take this normal, natural human thing that we all have and try to turn it into something bad or evil. There's nothing evil in and of itself about selfishness. And I don't think that that is the cause of our world problems. I don't think we need to be more virtuous in that sense. Um, but I do think that we need to find better ways to oppose those who do stand in the way of a more equitable society. You see how I'm trying to get us back on track here? This is
Yeah. But I mean, there's a difference between self-preservation and selfishness. And God tells us, you're first to take care of your own family before you go seeking to take care of others. So but that doesn't mean that if you don't have, if everybody's the same, let's we'd have to use quite a bit of imagination to see a scenario where communism actually works, since it's never worked in history.
yeah.
But let's just presume you've got a communist system that actually worked, and everybody, including all of the oligarchs and stuff, that everybody's the same, and everybody works, and they're happy to work without
When you
getting
say
extra
communism, you mean
compensation.
socialism?
Same thing. It's one is just a more perfect version of the other, but where everybody, they have their needs. Utopia. Let's just go with that. So let's just say there's utopia where nobody has a need for anything. Then how much interaction, how many opportunities will there be for humans to interact with each other and to do those virtuous things, such as helping someone out? If everybody's just in this state of bliss, then there are none of those opportunities where people, through their own free will, can shine in terms of doing something extraordinary that is what, is showing, a virtuous act. It's something extraordinary. It's not, pedestrian. And so,
I don't want virtuous acts from people. What I want is a society where virtuous acts are not necessary.
yeah,
Because
but
if there's a
you're not
virtuous act that's
God.
necessary, well, right, in there you have the theological problem. Because God could have set up a society where such virtual acts were not necessary, but he wanted suffering so that people could be virtuous. And I am suggesting that a better option would be no suffering and no virtue.
Well, God wants us to be virtuous, that's for sure. I mean, we're created in his image, we're sinful creatures. And but the thing is, we also have to put it in context of, for Christians, this life is not all there is. There is the afterlife, where I forgot, I don't know what verse it is, but there's something that talks about, where there is a certain amount of merit, like the people that suffer the most in this world, where, and depending on how they handle that and their virtue, there are supposed to be rewards for that in heaven. But this world, even people who have had near-death
Seems unfair.
experiences talk about how they find, when they've had the near-death experience and they get a glimpse into the afterlife, they say that is even more real than this world. And so some people liken this world to a nightmare. Like, you can be in a nightmare and it's horrific, but then you wake up and all is well. And I think there's something to that this world, it's, for some, it can be a mixture of happiness and suffering and a nightmare. But this is the proving ground where God tests us. He
Proving for
sees what
what?
we're made out
What's the
of.
test for?
The test for is to determine, whether we will go to heaven and what the rewards will be. And ultimately, it really shouldn't even be about that. for us humans, it it should really just be about, we know that God loves us, and our God is a God of suffering. I mean, with Jesus, he was God incarnate,
Hey, I'm
and he
sorry.
didn't
Hey, Mother
eliminate.
Teresa, I don't understand this idea of elevating suffering as if it were good. I feel like we've come full circle. God wants us to be virtuous to as a test to see if we're worthy of heaven, but when we get to heaven, we're not actually going to need the virtue. So it's a little bit like giving a kid a test on tensor calculus. It doesn't matter whether he passes or fails the test. You don't need tensor calculus. There may be 1% of 1% of 1% of people in the world who need tensor calculus. The rest of us simply don't need it. Our lives will not be enriched if we know it. So, what is it? What sense would it make to create a test to see how well you are at tensor calculus and make that the criteria for getting a job that doesn't use it?
Well, it's not that we're going to earn heaven, because we can't earn heaven lest we boast. So it's not, I mean,
Then it's not
Christ
really
died.
a test, is it?
It's a test for seeing how we behave, because
Who cares how we
God,
behave? We're going to be fixed in heaven anyway. What does it
but God is,
matter?
but not everybody gets the same rewards in heaven.
Okay. Once again, though, it seems like a
So
ridiculous prize. I'm going to give you a prize because you
I don't
did well in
know.
tensor calculus that you didn't need.
But in order for us, I mean, and that really shouldn't be why one does good deeds. Um, I think that part of part of suffering is to draw us closer to God, but then with some people, it's going to draw them away from God. Just like with so many atheists, where if they didn't get what they wanted, then, you know, either I don't believe in God, or the Christian God can't exist, or I'm angry at God. And so God tests us to see, okay, let's see if some pressure is put on the person, are they going to break?
So what if they do?
Or are
What does that have to do with eternity if a person breaks under pressure? Is there going to be pressure in heaven that they're going to break under? No. So what does it matter?
well, it matters, because I would say that many people who have deconverted broke under pressure.
Okay, but it's an unfair test then, because it's an unreasonable, unfair test. God knew that they would break under pressure, but once again, it doesn't matter because in heaven
No,
there's not going to be
but
any pressure to break under.
God's having foreknowledge about it doesn't mean that God
There
has
is no
interfered
pressure
with.
in heaven to break under. So it doesn't matter if I break under pressure. It doesn't matter if I'm a coward who cuts and runs at the first sign of danger. I'm a coward here on earth because there's a bunch of danger here on earth. There's no way to be a coward or be brave in heaven because you don't have the danger. So what does it matter if I lived a life of cowardice here?
Well, because heaven is just a different ball game, but God God hates
Why is it
sin.
fair to measure us for eternity for the things that we do in a shithole of a world where God knows we're gonna mess up? What,
Because it can determine the rewards in heaven.
Miss Sugarna?
And
Okay,
but it's also it and a large part of it too is to engage in the virtuous acts as God wants us to. It is a show of submission to him, which is important as a Christian, because there are a lot of people who are going to call themselves Christians who might not find themselves up in heaven.
it's a show of submission. So once again, God flexing his muscle and giving himself glory. I don't
Well,
care.
God does have a lot of muscle, and when you got the goods, you got the glory. I mean, so he is an almighty God. It's like, oh, what, we got to be politically correct and not acknowledge
Sure.
that if somebody is God, I mean, they are the supreme being. It's
That's fine. You can pick up this point with question two, with point number two.
okay.
Would you like to read point number two?
Oh,
Yeah,
my God.
folks, this is going to be short. This is a simple one, I promise.
Okay, so the other one is, why isn't prayer enough for dealing with the situation?
Okay, I know. This is my doing, but I don't plan to spend a lot of time on it because it just seems patently obvious to me that prayer is an exercise in your own mental health and well-being, and I will acknowledge that there's probably some great benefits to prayer for a certain type of person who needs it. But in terms of it being effective, and in fact, in terms of it being something that Christians really believe in, I'm not convinced that Christians actually believe in prayer, because if they believed in prayer, the way that I would see this working is they pray for peace in Ukraine, or at the very least, they pray for God's will to be done. And then they can feel comforted after that because whatever happens in Ukraine is God's will. Because they've prayed it, and they've prayed it often, and God answers prayers, and so there you have it. So you don't need to worry about it now because yay, God's will is being done. Where am I wrong there?
But God doesn't answer all prayers the way we want them answered.
But he does. But he answers prayers the way he wants to answer them, right?
I mean, I think sometimes he leaves certain things to just play out. And sometimes that is the answer, that he's not going to be involved in certain things. And with certain things, he will. And one of
How
the
can you
things that
tell
we,
when God is just letting something play out and when he's intervening? I wanted to ask this earlier, so I'll just throw it in now, and I'll give you a few minutes to talk about this.
uh-huh,
You talk about free will. All Christians talk about free will, but you spoke about free will earlier, and God just wants us to have free will, and yet this does not seem to bear out if God intervenes ever for things, because when he's intervening, then he's countermanding our free will.
no, not
So,
necessarily.
well, of course, because if he is restraining us from certain evils that we want to do, he's countermanding our free will.
But our
Uh,
free will has to do with decision making, but he can still throw in different things that happen. So, for example, let's
if he
say,
stops me from doing a thing I want to do, he's countermanding my free will.
but God doesn't do that. I don't believe God does that. I'm talking about, like, let's say you're praying for, you've got some relative that's very sick in the hospital and dying, and you pray for them. One way or the other, if God grants your prayer or doesn't, that doesn't countermand any free will on your part. If you're praying to God that you get an A on your exam, and he does something or doesn't, that doesn't countermand free will
But that's
either.
not what I'm. Well, actually, it kind of does. But the slightly different example with that one. But in the Russia situation, uh, Yeltsin, who's in charge in Russia again?
uh,
Yeah,
Putin.
Putin. Sorry, um, get my Russian dictators all confused here. Um, Putin has a free will. He wants to do some shit to some people,
Yeah.
and he has the power to do it. If God were to stop him from doing it, Christians would be the first to say, you see, our prayers worked, and God intervened and stopped Putin from the evil that he's doing. Uh, and yet, if he doesn't stop, then Christians would say, well, God doesn't intervene in our free will.
Well, I mean, and I'm probably going to be a little bit different from a lot of Christians here, but I'm not so quick to, I mean, let's say something happens to Putin, and like there was talk yesterday that the Ukrainians have gotten control of Kyiv. But of course, as the Russian military is leaving, they're putting a bunch of mines everywhere, so people will blow up. But so I think it's just a strategy. But anyway, but let's just say that really happened, that the Ukrainian, and they've been fighting mightily. I mean, nobody expected them to make it past a couple of days fighting the Russians. So, all my respect to the Ukrainians and their fight to live in freedom. But let's just say that something dramatic happened and Putin dropped dead, or somebody took him out. Another one of our talking points. I'm not so quick to always attribute those things to God. I'm and this is just for me, I'm only comfortable attributing something to God's intervention when I see a compelling scenario of intense prayer, or there's just got to be circumstances. It's kind of like, the expression a God
in the
wink.
world right now is garnering more prayer than the Russian-Ukraine war.
I mean, and I know, the Pope and the Patriarch and the
God is getting a
Orthodox
billion prayers per hour.
It is, but I still, like, if things turned around, I would be grateful to God, but I don't know that I would feel comfortable saying that God did that. I have to have more evidence about a cause and effect to claim that God did something. Like, I've gotten a lot of, over the past year while working on my Shroud book, a tremendous amount of God winks, as they call them. And of course, the first thing that comes up, which even I ask, is, well, how do you know this isn't a coincidence? Because that's a legitimate question, and you're an idiot if you don't ask that question. You really are. Sorry to everybody who doesn't think that way, but that is what I think. So, but there's the issue of timing in terms of where we can have a really profound confidence that there is something, where there is some sort of supernatural intervention in a situation. Because I can envision a world where God doesn't have to intervene in order for things to work out in Russia, in the Ukraine. I don't think that God has to intervene. No, it'd be great if he did, but I don't think that that's necessary. I think that is
He's
something
not
that
intervening now. It may be his intervention that is causing Russia to invade, because you don't know God's plan.
no. I don't think that God cannot do evil, and so God would not put Russia in charge of committing all these war crimes and stuff. Well, I mean, they're committing horrible war crimes.
Right.
I mean,
and
they're not. It's not even just war. They're targeting children in maternity wards and
God hardened Pharaoh's heart.
innocent.
So I don't see why you couldn't also say God hardened Putin's heart. You don't know what God's plan is over there. He might want to create all this suffering so that Ukrainians, the ones that are left, will turn to him.
Yeah, but God, the Bible tells us that God is not going to do evil. So I don't believe that.
And maybe what you should be hesitant to do is you should be hesitant to call things evil that you don't have a full scope of. You don't have God's view. You don't know it's evil.
Well, we know from the Bible and what God values, that murder is evil.
Okay, so
So
when God commanded his troops to invade other people, was that evil or good? Well, you would say it's good because God commanded him to do it and God had his reasons and his purposes. So how do you know that this invasion is evil? I mean, it just seems
because we
I know
know,
why I might call it evil. I have no idea why you would call it evil.
okay, well, the reason why is there are some wars that are justified, and when God was calling for a war, it was to get rid of the baby killers that were sacrificing babies to Moloch and all of that.
You
So
replace those baby killers with other baby killers who would say when they would be in war to rip out the babies in the wombs of pregnant mothers, say, or the baby killer David, who says, it's a great thing for all of you who would take the ankles of the babies of the enemy and smash their heads against the rock. Those baby killers are better somehow.
well, I mean, people commit all sorts of sin, and David was certainly not excluded
He
from
was never
that.
called
And
out for that. He was called out for taking his senses, but he was never
well,
called out for that. So I'm once again, I'm not sure what makes you think that's sin. The Bible doesn't say it was. No
well,
prophets said it was.
in terms of um, with the wars that God commanded in the Bible, there were righteous reasons for that, and
Such
people were
as,
not
how do you know?
decimated
How do you know?
because it says
Okay, but the people on
that
the
the
other side of
cultures.
those invasions, they didn't know. There was no one telling
Well,
them, hey,
yeah, because
it's.
they were so corrupt that they didn't think it was bad
You think that we're
to
corrupt?
burn their babies
Hang on,
alive.
you think we're corrupt? So, what makes you think that we know the the righteous side of this war?
Well,
God hasn't
okay,
told you that Ukraine is righteous and that Russia is evil, and you're just a wicked person anyway. How would you know? You wouldn't know the difference between a righteous war and an unrighteous war any more than the Canaanites would know that they were supposed to be the bad guys.
well, sure. I mean, we can look to see why is Putin doing what he's doing. We look back to see starting with the invasion of Georgia, and he found that there were um, people wanting to separate off from Georgia that were pro-Russian, and then he swoops in, and then he acknowledges their independence, and then these separatists, and moves them away, and then years later he does the same thing with Crimea.
Okay,
It's the
let
same
me just
pattern.
quote a
There
quick
was
quote of the
separatists.
Bible. They Putin meant it for evil. God meant it for good.
But
So once
Putin's
again, that's no way of you knowing whether they're on the right side of this or not.
okay, but here's the thing. So when we look at what Putin is doing, you know, a lot of times people just engage in the talking point of, oh, he just wants to bring back the old USSR to its former glory, or back to the Russian Empire's glory. And he does long for that. He said so in his speech. And he's said that many times. So we do know that, I mean, because he's said it, and he has said how the worst thing, the worst tragedy to him is is when the Soviet Union broke up, and so he's trying to um, bring it back together, or at least, even if it's not technically brought back together in terms of the former USSR, functionally bringing it back together. So it's no secret what Putin is trying to do. It's not a mystery. And I can understand, in terms of, as a leader, he's got to worry. For example, the population in his country has been going down, 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 down. It's at its lowest level other than wartime. And he figures, if he's going to try to get like the Crimea back, um, he's got to do it now while he's still got enough men that can be that are of military age to to fight that, because they're just going to be getting older and older. And then with Biden in office, where, I mean, you got to look at the past 4 presidents. With Bush, Putin invaded Georgia. And then you've got, with Obama, he invaded Crimea. Under Trump, because he wasn't going to mess with Trump, he didn't invade anything. And then there's the whole oil and gas situation where Putin, for economic purposes, we know, with all of the oil and gas reserves that have been discovered in the Ukraine, Putin does not want to now have the competition of Ukraine. So, by fomenting all of this political unrest, Shell and Exxon left the Ukraine, but they've got huge reserves where that can totally, I mean, that's the oil and gas. I mean, Russia is a petrol state, and without that money, how are they going to fund their war machine? They need that money, and Ukraine was posing a huge threat. And with the pipelines, once the sanctions went in, then they were having to pay all this money to the Ukraine in tariffs so that they can have the gas come through there. And so they didn't want to do that. And
Okay.
so, I mean, it's all a bunch of economic
Let me just cut in right here.
money.
We may or may not talk about sanctions. We definitely will talk about the economic aspect of it. We are going to take a break here in just a moment, but before we do, I just want to round off this first section, which gets our 2 easiest considerations out of the way. So, just a question for you, and I will let your answer stand undebated. So, should Christians be praying for peace in Ukraine? That would be my first question, because it's not clear to me from your answer so far that you think they should, because God doesn't intervene. And if God doesn't intervene, then I don't see why it's very Christian for Christians to pray for God to do something that is against his nature to do. But the second question is, if they should, what should they pray? How should they pray? I suspect there are a lot of Christians that could use some guidance on this, and I know that you are not set up in any way to be the priest emeritus, but you are the one on the mic with me today. So, what do you tell Christians about this? Should they pray, and if so, how?
Well, in getting back to your first point, is that I think that God can intervene. I don't think that overcomes free will. So God is free to intervene, unless it's something very clear that's from God. I don't know that we'll ever know for sure whether it was just human events that caused things to happen, or if it was an intervention, because I think there's an issue with timing, to know for certain if something or something miraculous to happen, in order to know that it's God intervening, as opposed to just perhaps virtuous people doing things to try to work things out amongst themselves. But of course, Christians should pray. There are all of these lives that are being lost, people being hurt, people being terrorized, people fleeing for their lives. We need to pray for all of their well-being and for their strength, and we need to pray for peace. But with a madman like Putin, there's the question of, and when people start to understand the situation with Russia and Ukraine, Ukraine's always going to be an issue for Russia, because with what was it? I think it was in 1991. You have NATO, and then you have the Warsaw Pact, which was with the East and Russia and their kind of version of NATO. Well, all of that got dismantled in 1991, And then they started putting together another military alliance, but Ukraine isn't part of that military alliance. And with the threat, especially if the Ukraine starts being able to tap into all of that oil and gas that they've got, um, then that makes it more likely that they might join NATO. And then Putin sees that as a threat, as a geopolitical threat. But no, NATO is not aggressive the way Russia and the Soviet Union historically were. They were expansionist. And so, I don't know. Uh, I sure, I mean, it sounds, I mean, I don't know, but
How would
it'd
you
be good.
how
It'd
would
be
you
good to have
advise
Putin gone. Let's just put it that way.
how would you advise Christians to pray? Would it be a "Thy will be done" kind of prayer, or would you advise Christians to pray for the thing that they want to happen?
Something that I had learned about, because prior to maybe a year and a half ago, even though sometimes I would pray, I was never sure how much it necessarily mattered, because I always felt like, well, God's going to do what he's going to do. And then I learned something, which I found that to be very interesting. That first of all, they were talking about the prayers of a virtuous person tend to have more weight with God. So I found that to be very interesting. But also that God sometimes permits a bit of lobbying to go on. And so when there's more than one person praying on somebody's behalf or on behalf of a cause, that can sometimes change God's mind about what to do with
Getting a
it. So
billion
I
prayers for hours per
the,
hour,
the
and
what?
he's getting a billion prayers per hour.
Right.
Many of those people are virtuous. So what does he need? A billion and one? How much lobbying
No, it
does he
just, I
need?
mean, it's in his judgment. And ultimately, um, as we're approaching Easter, and with all of this work that I was doing on that passage where Jesus was in the Garden of Gethsemane, and and because that's the thing, God did not omit himself from suffering. God stepped up to the plate. And whether Jesus actually sweated blood through hematidrosis or whether it was a figure of speech, we know from all four gospels that Christ was in agony. He was in total fear of what was going to be happening very soon. And and so he did not exclude himself, and he let us know that in the suffering that he is there with us, and he did not exclude himself for that. And because if he were Superman and nailed to a cross, well, big deal. Where's the sacrifice in that? It's only a sacrifice if he felt exactly the way any of us would have felt.
Actually, it's only a sacrifice if he died and stayed dead, but that's
But he
that's a
felt
different
it. He
topic.
felt it.
So
I don't think he had to stay dead for it to be a sacrifice, to go
I,
through the
I
human.
felt agonizing pain in my life, and cancer sufferers feel worse. Boo freaking who. I don't. That's not terribly impressive to me. But we're not talking about the sacrifice of Jesus, fortunately. Um, so before
But
getting,
he was saying, as he was praying and in total desperation, let's not forget, in his fear and anxiety, he asked for God to take that cup away from him. He
and then
was
he
that,
changed his mind and said, "But thy
and he
will be done."
said, "Thy will be done." And
So
so I think that sometimes,
that prayer might have been a little bit more poignant if he had just said, "No, really, will you please take this away? I don't want to do this." That would have been more meaningful. But it's like, "Will you take it? Never mind. Your will be done."
I
Gus
don't
is gonna
know.
go
There's something to be
And by the way,
said.
Jesus' will was God's will. It's not like this was forced upon Jesus. Jesus volunteered for this job.
Well,
Uh,
Jesus is God. And
exactly.
so
So
God did it to
he's asking
himself.
himself to uh, please take this away, but no, my will be done. Look.
Well, the Trinity, he's separate, but the
We can't make
same.
any sense of that. And I'm not going to try to make you make sense of that. So please, folks, don't bother commenting on that. That section is not worth it. Before we go to our break, though, I don't want to put you on the spot. I know this is going to put you on the spot, but I'm just going to I just trust that it is from as much of a genuine place as possible because Christians listen to this show. Atheists, you're not the only ones. Christians listen to the show. They don't show up in the comments often, but they're there. So that said, we've been talking about some theological ideas surrounding this. We're not going to leave theology, folks. We've been talking about prayer. Would you like to offer a prayer on behalf of just your feelings for the situation in Ukraine? Christians often speak to one another in forms of prayer. I think that's one of the purposes that prayer serves. So something that I have never done on a Skeptics and Seekers show, but I am happy to do would be to step aside and allow you to say a prayer that might help a lot of the people who are listening out there hear it. But it's up to you. By the way, if she says she doesn't want to, folks, not everyone wants to do this kind of thing publicly. It doesn't mean that they're bad people or bad Christians. So I just wanted to give you that opportunity.
Well, I would like to take the opportunity. God, we ask you to help all of these beautiful people that are created in your image, who are fighting for their freedom as human beings are meant to be free. And we ask you to give them strength and give them fortitude and to just give them what they need to do to overcome the oppression that is trying to move into their society and the killing and the useless evil killing, the targeting of innocents, the people who are frightened, the people who are mourning their dead, the people who are seeing their dead strewn in the streets. We ask that you give them strength and I believe that you have been giving them a tremendous strength. Nobody imagined that they would be holding out this long. Most people didn't think they'd hold out 3 days. And I think that your hand is involved in what very well could be just a miraculous turn of events. But we ask you to help the Ukrainians and to help all of their friends and their neighbors to eliminate this Russian threat and, let thy will be done as far as Vladimir Putin. And we pray for peace and for goodness and for virtue in this world. Amen.
Okay, we'll be back in just a moment. And I wanted to take this opportunity to say that if you enjoy conversations like these, look around on the internet. There will be conversations like these, and every now and then I will be graced with a guest on the show. But if you enjoy topics like these that have a theological bent, go on over to my Patreon site. That's where you have the opportunity to pay me money to hear my ramblings. Yes, you can hear them for free here, but you can pay for them over on Patreon. Patreon.com/red letters. Red Letters is the short name for my latest work, Red Letters, a closer look at the worst practical and moral teachings in history. It's a look at the teachings of Jesus. If that pisses you off, go over there right now. Sign up, become a member, and get your free book. You can get it for free. Or if you don't want to support me as a patron, then pay me for the book. It's $4.99. You can pay for it right here on the website that you're probably finding this post on right now. It's skepticsandseekers.squarespace.com. You can click on the link at the top left that says Red Letters. You can get it from there. You can go to Amazon and get it there. It's $4.99 there. You can get a paperback version of it from Amazon. I'm not actually happy with the paperback version, I'll be honest with you. It didn't turn out exactly the way I had in mind. I've ordered 3 copies of the paperback version, and I can tell you that one of them is perfect. It's great. It's beautiful. And 2 of them are not. And so I'm not entirely sure what's going on with that printing. I am trying to figure out with Amazon what's going on with that. But if you just want to support me, you can get that paperback and you can have a way more expensive version of something that you could get for free. Or if you want to just help me in a more practical way, don't get the paperback version. I don't make that much money off of it. I make more money off of it if you just go to the site and pay $4.99. However, you don't have to help me at all. You can go to patreon.com/red letters. You can become a patron, sign up, get all the free benefits, including my book. Download it, read it, enjoy it, and cancel your membership. Cut me out of the entire equation. I mean, I won't think you're a jerk or anything like that. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not illegal. You're not going to make me cry. But seriously, it's great. We've got a small but growing community. The comments are great all the time. I have been in the process of doing very in-depth commentaries on each chapter. And even though there are only 8 chapters in the book, 8 chapters plus the introduction, it's probably going to take a while to get through because we're taking our time and we're hopefully doing it right. And I just appreciate all of the people who have supported me in this effort. I can tell you that as a podcaster, as a content creator, your best content is when you're having fun doing it. I've never had more fun as a content creator than I am having with Red Letters. And that's thanks to many of you. So thank you very much. Go on over right now, sign up, become a patron. Patreon.com/red letters. And we're back. It's kind of a crappy break because I really have to go to the bathroom. And I did not actually take a break and get up or anything. I can't. It's not. Why do we call those breaks? It's just continuing content. So that said, it's time to get serious. We've got some even more consequential questions in the notes. Let's jump up to the first one. People, I'm gonna let you in on a little bit more inside baseball. Teddy has not given me permission to say this. I'm going to say it though. I'm going to go right. I hope I don't destroy a friendship. I hope this isn't, some kind of doxing, but I'm just going to say this thing. Teddy is an emoji overuser. She is an emojiaholic. All of her emails or notes or missives are strewn with emojis. And you know what? When you can't see well, it's I got to get up there to see. Okay, is that a happy face? No, no. That one's a frowny face. That one's a gritted teeth face. What is she saying? What the hell? She does this, and she's also an overuser of exclamation points. You know who these people are. You know who they are. She has.
All caps too.
She. Oh God, yes. She wrote this thing, and she has at the end of the thing that I'm about to read. There's an open parentheses, 3 exclamation points, a closed parentheses, a googly eyes, a person with gritted teeth, and then a person who looks depressed and about to off themselves, and then another googly eyes. I have no idea what the fuck this is. This is this is how her emails come across to me all the time. Now I know that I have
almost all the smiley face with the tears coming out from laughing. That it's always a good fallback to assume.
I don't know. I don't understand this language at all. I know that what's going to happen is she's going to now increase the number of emails she sends, and there will be more.
You got that right.
There will be. This is. I have rained hell on myself. This is my black man's burden. At any rate, let's get back to this. Let me see if I can read this through all the emoji. The morality of assassinations from both a religious and purely secular level. This is actually a very difficult.
Take him out.
All right, I agree. Next topic, I guess. I don't know. That was so much easier than I thought it would be. All right, we're gonna talk about this.
Triple exclamation points.
This is going to be one of those times when we are going to spend the next 2 weeks walking this back. I'm sure.
No, we won't.
But,
I won't.
Okay. I'll say this thing because I know I'm a bleeding heart liberal in almost everything, and that's true. I'm a big fan of assassination, political assassination. Always have been, honestly, even as a Christian. So this has not changed for me from Christian to non-Christian, and this would be my justification. I still might be a horrible person, so that's among all things possible. But my justification when I was a Christian would have gone something like this: in war, people die by the thousands. We put guns in the hands of righteous Christians and tell them to point the thin end at the other guy and pull the trigger until they're dead. And we don't seem to have a problem with that. And a political assassination, to me, is very similar to a war in that sense. You're killing a person for political purposes, which is kind of a war, to achieve a good that cannot be achieved in any other way. What is it they say about war? War is diplomacy by other means, something like that. And I think that assassination in certain cases is diplomacy by other means. Right now, we have kind of a double whammy. We actually have a war. And we have a situation where diplomacy is broken down. And I think it would be perfectly justified from at least a political and Christian moral point of view of someone in his own cabinet offing this guy. I don't see anything wrong with that. Furthermore, I don't think it would be a problem if someone from the United States or the EU or Britain were to get an agent in and off the guy. Now, from a secular, bleeding heart liberal perspective, I'll have to think about that a little bit, but I'll let the other hawk on the panel talk for a while I formulate my thoughts as a secularist.
I mean, we're allowed to engage in self-defense, and we're allowed to engage in the defense of others. And by taking out an evil murderer, you're saving a bunch of lives. So I mean, I don't know. I can just hear Dale saying it's not a virtuous act, but I don't know. The jury's out on that.
God offed a
Um,
lot of people. I mean, it was virtuous when he did it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
God offed a lot of people.
Oh,
Seems to be it was virtuous when
well,
he did
but
it.
God is God, and
Right, and there's that
but
whole thing about rulers, and God put the rulers here, and so we don't get a chance to say what rulers get to stay and what rulers get to go. So that
well,
would be a problem from a Christian
not
perspective.
exactly, because we have a duty to rebel against an immoral government.
I don't
Because
see that in
remember,
Scripture.
like in the Old Testament, for example, and I don't know if this applies to the New Testament as well, but it talks about God even judging nations on their morality or immorality. So,
Right, but that doesn't mean that we have the right to rebel against an evil nation, because so you've got to remember in Romans 13, the passage I quoted earlier, um, that that was Rome.
okay, but for example, like render to Caesar what is Caesar's, that's about taxes, but that's not about
Right, but what
saving
I'm
people
saying
from
is
being
that
killed.
Paul wrote that in the letter to the Romans, the Christians in Rome, and some would argue it didn't get more evil than Rome at that time. And Paul was saying to them, look, you don't get to fight against these authorities. God put these authorities there over you. And so I don't actually agree that there's any kind of biblical mandate to rebel against an evil government. Now, I don't know everything. I don't have total recall of everything that I've ever read. And so if any Christians or any atheists who know the Bible, for that matter, want to pipe in and give me some example or passage to the contrary, be glad to look at it.
Maybe it's not, maybe it's not a mandate. I'm not sure. I'd have to do research on that. I remember back when we did the whole show on self-defense. Uh, wasn't that, or what was the show that we did where
I think it
self-defense?
was
It wasn't
the
capital
series was
punishment.
on killing. It was different forms of killing, and separate self
No, I'm
defense was
thinking of
one of them.
one. It wasn't part of the Killing series. It was before that. It was the one with Titus. It we were talking a pacifism.
Oh, okay.
It was the
I like Titus. I wonder
pacifism
how
one.
he's doing.
Um, yeah, being a pacifist. That's how he's doing.
Okay.
Letting people roll over others and just
I'm not a pacifist.
coming at them with the fist when they've
Yeah.
got a
No.
bazooka.
I like
Um,
pacifists. Don't get me wrong. Because I feel like I can get away with murder if I'm going for a
yeah,
pacifist. But
I mean, I'm all for exploring negotiations, but I completely disagree with pacifism, because
it,
that permits evil to triumph
so
when
as a
good men.
secularist, I can tell you that I'm not a pacifist either, and I don't have any conflict in my heart over that. I don't think that we should go around killing people. I am anti-gun in the strongest of ways. Um,
But it's okay to stab somebody. There are
I,
lots of ways
I
to kill
let me
somebody.
this might be breaking news on Skeptics and Seekers. I'm also anti-stabbing. Um, so I know big stand there. So I'm
How
just
about
putting
just
that
being
out there.
anti-murder? I mean, because there are a million ways to murder somebody.
Okay, let's not get crazy, because I think that a murder should happen every now and then. In the case of a world leader who was doing evil things, there was I was going along with my wife, 10, 20, well, may have been 15 years ago at this point. Um, we were driving through some place, and we stopped for some food or drink or something. And there was this bar. There were very few places open. I think it was a holiday that we were driving, and they were closed at the time. And the person that we were talking to said, "Yeah, that was there's been a murder, and so we have to close down for a few days." And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that." And he said, "Oh, no, no, that person needed killing."
Oh yeah.
And I can tell you, I think that there are some people in the world that need killing, and so I would much rather see people killed who need killing than to not kill them and let them create hell on earth for so many other people. I think that is not an option. I think that's a terrible option. If you're saying, well, we can't value one life more than another, I think we can. There are many values that lives that I value over other lives,
That's right.
and I think that the lives of people who are actively making life miserable for hundreds, even thousands, even tens of thousands of people, millions of people, that life that's creating that horrendous situation has dropped. The value of that life has dropped down to zero for me. We can make the world a better place by planting a tree or by killing a dictator. Let's kill a dictator and plant a tree. I think that both are good. So I think that we create the most secular good by taking out those people who cannot be reasoned with, and yet who are in a position of power and authority, and who use that power and authority to make life hell for other people. I don't see anything else we could do. Now, I suppose you could say we could go in with a SEAL team and we could capture him. We could just take him away and leave him tied up somewhere in a jail. To me, that's kind of the same as killing him, honestly. But if you think you've got a plan for doing that, go for it. I think that would create a greater harm, actually, trying to just keep him alive in some prison than putting a bullet through him. But once again, that's me. Send your hate mail to Teddy at whatever. Yeah, that is just honestly who I am, and I know I said up front. There are probably some things that we might say that we don't mean and regret later, but I've meant this for decades. So this is the naked me.
I I would preface that I think it's I think it's only morally justified in a religious sense, in a Christian sense, if the dictator is killing people or creating a preeminent threat in terms of death to people. I think there has to be that issue, life for life, or true preservation. In the same way that legally, you can only self-defense only works legally if you are, somebody either hits you or strikes you, assaults you, or you're in an imminent threat of being assaulted. So just because somebody's a really, really, really bad guy, if it's a horrible dictator that's wanting to take away people's liberty, but he's not going so far as to kill people, on a Christian level, I don't think you're justified in taking that person out. Now, on a secular level, I would say, yeah, you are, because liberty is pretty important. And it's like Patrick Henry said, give me liberty or give me death. So to take away somebody's liberty is almost the same as killing them.
I actually think it is.
Mhm.
It's a death of personality. Uh,
Yes.
so
Yes.
I kind of, I do think it is. If you take me and you put me in a cage and I'm in that cage for the next 30 years, uh, I'm dead.
I,
The me that you know is dead.
for example, in the antebellum South, I'm not sure in terms of Christianity how God would come, whether God would think that it's justified for a slave to kill his master
Every
if the
time.
master's not uh, trying to kill them, or someone else, in defense of others.
Here, I think
But
if you find yourself enslaved, when you have your axe and you're chopping down that tree, if the master's stupid enough to come by, you
yeah,
swing it at his head as hard as you can and then run really fast.
my my own personal beliefs, though, again, this is not me speaking as a Christian, but just me speaking as Teddy the bear. Um, I totally think that slave would be justified, um, in terms of secular ethics, and possibly even under Christianity. I don't know if it would have to be
You
life for
remember
life.
the female judge? What was her name? Deborah. Um, I haven't read this story in a while, but she came to power by sleeping with an enemy king and then killing him in his sleep. So he drove a spike through his head, something like that. So I mean, you could. That's there's at least one example uh, of assassinating a leader if we just want to abuse the Bible to justify whatever
Well, I mean,
act we
and it
want.
needs to be a righteous kill,
It
right?
wasn't. She was. That's how she became. That's how she came to power. So it seems like a righteous kill to me.
Well, I mean, just doing something to come to power doesn't mean it's
But she
righteous,
was
but
one of God. She was one of the righteous judges. I mean,
yeah.
so here's the thing: the judges in it, they were a rough crew. I would say the all of the Jews were a rough crew. If the Hebrew writings are to be believed, they were morally slightly better than savages. So, sure, assassinating a king,
Well, no, I don't
that's not,
agree with
that's
that.
not
They're
that bad.
slightly better than savages. I
Oh,
mean, I, I
well, you're
think,
right. They may have been worse than savages, but
well, I disagree with that.
yeah, they wouldn't have had a problem assassinating an evil king in that sense. The New Testament, once again, the Romans 13, I think that throws a monkey wrench into things, and the Christians would say, well, that's the law that we're under now, and so I think that it's very difficult to justify this, even the way I justify it to myself. Then I think it's very difficult to justify biblically. There, for instance, the Bible, neither Old nor New Testament, gives you no out to say, well, it's okay to kill in self-defense. Self-defense is not an out. It's not a
It,
biblical out.
well, yeah, it
No,
is.
it's not.
You can kill in self-defense, and you can kill in defense of others. There's stuff in the Bible. When we were doing the pacifism issue, I got all into that.
Well,
It's
look,
totally,
they definitely have soldiers, and that's soldiers could kill.
even just personally, you could defend yourself. Like somebody coming into your home, I think it was in Genesis, in the middle of the night. You can presume that they're there to do you harm.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't think that's the case, but
yeah, no,
look,
it is.
well, I tell you what,
Go
maybe
listen to pacifism.
maybe
That was a
we'll
good debate.
yeah, maybe you can hang around in the discussion board for a week or two, and we'll see if anyone validates one of us there. I'm not going to return to it, but I'm curious to see if someone else has anything on that. It's a side issue, though. The fact is, we're just stretching time because we both agree on this admittedly terrible thing. I think it's a terrible thing to have to assassinate someone. I think
Not
it's
if it's
terrible.
Vladimir Putin, not if it's,
Well, but I think
I
the
don't
world,
find that
I
terrible, quite
think the world
frankly.
is broken when you have to kill someone in order for the world to heal.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
it's sad
so
that
in that
people like
sense,
that exist,
it's a
but
terrible thing, and it's a terrible thing that decent people have to contemplate this terrible thing. That said, if the job were offered to me to do, we've got the kill shot lined up, but all of our men are too chicken shit. Would you do it? I would do it.
I would too.
So, I might feel bad about it. I'm not sure, but I would do it. And I think that they have plenty of men and women in the armed forces and the special forces and so forth that are trained to do this sort of thing that wouldn't feel bad about it. And I have no idea why it hasn't been done yet.
Well, I mean, Putin's got all sorts of protection around him, but
Well, kill
um,
them.
yeah,
Kill them until he has no protection and then
yeah.
kill him.
The problem is that Putin is enjoying a pretty good amount of support amongst his public in Russia. And so that's a big problem. No, there's some protesters, and now they're gonna, be locked away for forever, probably, sent off to Siberia or something. All of these people
I
that are
mean, there's no
protesting.
way to say whether Putin's enjoying any support or not, because the fact is the only people who can speak are those who say that they are supporting him. That's not an indication of how much support he actually has. I think it does indicate that he has some support by the fact that he's still alive, because honestly, people who are close to him, there should be someone there who can slip a knife in his ribs, who's close to him. So he has at least enough support to still be alive.
Mhm.
And the other problem, I say the other problem is if we've exhausted all the problems with assassination, but one of the problems with assassination is you take Putin out, then who steps in? And I'm not sure that we know who fills that power vacuum there. This is going to take us at some point to my question on national sovereignty, but I want to save that one for last, I think. So if you are going to assassinate a leader like Putin, you need to have a plan for making things better. You can't just assassinate and then walk away, because then all you did is kill a guy. Maybe the war stops, maybe it doesn't. Maybe the war gets worse because someone else steps in to fill that vacuum of power. So the question of assassination is a lot more complicated than yes, we should do it or no, we shouldn't do it, or whether yes, it's moral or no, it's not moral. There are a lot of other things to consider, and so I think it's interesting that both you and I, being in such different worlds in our social policy and things that we care about, that we would end up being on the same side of this. And I do at least have enough decency to recognize that it's a horrible opinion, but it's still the one I have, and it's only bad in the sense that all others that I can think of are worse. So maybe this is one of those the best of two evils. I think it's a much greater evil to do nothing and let him live. I could be talked out of that, I think. So people are welcome to try. I'm not closed minded on it, but I have watched a lot of atrocity over the course of my life. You and I are, I think, probably in the same age range there, Teddy. I'll be 52 in April. I'm old enough and I've paid attention enough in the world to have seen a lot of atrocity. And the evil caused by good people doing nothing, I think is far greater than the evil of taking a few of them out.
Yes, I mean, evil will triumph when good men do nothing. And had people risen up in Nazi Germany, we wouldn't have had the Holocaust. So one of the things that you know is can be an issue is the issue of even um, and I don't know that you want to get into it yet, but appeasement. But I just I guess some people could say, well, you could keep them in a prison somewhere, but then you have to worry about, are they going to escape? And if you kill them, are they going to become a martyr? But sometimes people just have to be stopped, and it just doesn't matter how it's done necessarily. If somebody's going around killing thousands and thousands and thousands of people, um, I don't even feel bad about you. You express like, oh, you don't feel so great. I mean, take them out. Take them out. That is the right thing to do. It's the just thing to do. And when somebody is that much of a monster, um, I don't think we should feel sad about taking out the monster.
Sure. If there were actual monsters walking around stomping people on the ground, we'd kill them. And I don't know why that situation changes just because the monster is human. Okay, let's save the topic you brought up for later too. I want to pick up the one that I think I would have started with had I chosen. Probably better that we didn't, but it's the second one on the list. You want to read that one out loud, and you don't have to read the 3 exclamation points inside of parentheses when you do.
Is there an affirmative moral duty to defend a third party with with both secular and non-secular ethics? That did have the 3 exclamation points.
Yeah. This is also a challenging topic. So I'm gonna start with this one because I have almost an opening statement on this topic, which is I don't believe in affirmative moral duties, period. So one would think that the answer to this question should be no from me, but I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. But I want you, I just want to stay here for a moment because I know that this is a big topic for a lot of people. I do not believe in moral duties. If a thing is to be moral, then it can't be a duty. I think those things almost cancel each other out because if you're doing a duty, you're not doing morality. You're just obeying a higher law. There's nothing moral in obeying a higher law. If what you're doing is moral, then you are making a choice about right and wrong, and you are doing that of your free will. So I think that some type of idea of an affirmative or objective moral duty is oxymoronic. I don't think that there can be moral duties. In fact, I would go even further. Just to use an example. Once upon a time, it's not true now, but once upon a time, I was certified CPR through the Red Cross. That's something that you have to keep up over time, and I have not. But that said, the law, at least in some places, I'm not sure if it's true everywhere or if it's true anywhere now. So I have also haven't kept up with the law. But there was a law, and maybe you can speak to this in a minute, Teddy, that if someone was choking and you knew CPR and you were available and you didn't help, that you could go to jail for not helping someone who was choking. Um,
That was
this,
a law somewhere?
yeah, yeah. Um,
I've never heard of that.
okay.
I've heard of the Good Samaritan law.
Then that suggests that maybe it's not a law anymore. Maybe it was very local. But yeah, there was a duty because you could have saved the life, and you were CPR certified, and you just watched them die, and so you'd be dragged before a judge. Well, okay, you can say that the moral thing to do would be to step in and try to save that life. And I can see where a person would say that, but there are lots of reasons why you may not want to step in and save a life. One reason might be you might also be a person who suffers panic attacks and anxiety, and maybe you were having some kind of uh, stress moment at the time, and you felt inadequate to do it, so you didn't do it. Watch them die. Okay, that's a choice. Another reason why you might not step in to save a life is that person has been really mean to you, and that person is trying to get you fired, and that person is making your life miserable. Maybe you would be happy to see them die. Maybe you are happy that they swallowed that olive while they were guzzling their fourth martini, and you would like to dance on their grave. That would be another reason why you don't step in and watch them die. I'm not saying that that's a great motivation, but it's very human and it's your choice. And I believe that people should have the choice to be as human as they want to be if they're not actively hurting other people when they're doing it. And so I don't believe in objective or otherwise affirmative moral duties. That said, because I know some CPR. By the way, this was another one of those things. If you tried to do CPR or something like that, and you weren't certified, and you didn't actually know what you were doing, and then you kill somebody, you could also be liable for that. So there's another reason why maybe someone wouldn't want to do it. But that said, in that situation, I would probably, if no one else stepped up to do it, I would step up and do a Heimlich maneuver. I think I could adequately perform that task. I am so made that that's probably what I would do. But I can't say that that's what I would do, and I don't feel morally obligated to do it. One other example of this would be stepping in a situation where there's domestic abuse. One of the surest ways to get yourself killed is to intervene in domestic abuse situations. And the person who kills you might not be the one doing the abusing. It might actually be the one who gets abused. These are extremely dangerous, extremely volatile situations, highly emotionally charged. You don't know what you're getting into. There are good reasons not to get directly involved with that. You might run and hide. You might stick your head on the pillow, and then drink a lot of alcohol to forget the situation. Or you might run and the one I would recommend, take out your phone because you know you have one, and dial 911 and try to get some authorities there. Or look for a security guard if it's in a public place. Try to find someone who's wearing Kevlar to intervene in this situation, who's carrying a big stick and who knows how to wield it. Maybe this would be the better thing. If you do that, the person that you help might die. Or if you intervene, the person that you try to help might die because you intervened that time, but you didn't actually change anything. So there are all kinds of moral considerations in whether you step in to help someone or not. But if it is to be a moral consideration, it can't be an obligatory commandment. So I don't believe in moral duties, and that makes answering this question really tough. And so I have to kind of change this question in my head a little bit to give it a go. So no, nations don't have a moral duty to help other nations, and people don't have a moral duty to help other people. That would be my answer to the question as written. That said, as moral people, as ethical, social creatures who are trying to have a better society, I do think that we have a responsibility to step in and help the weak when the strong are oppressing them. Is that the same as a moral duty? I don't think so. We'll get to this when we talk about sovereignty a little bit. But what is the point of being the biggest, baddest country the world has ever known if you don't use it for the good? Are we bullies? I honestly don't care. I don't care if we've thrown our weight around in the world in ways that are not good. I mean, that it's happened. It's going to happen again. But the fact is, somebody in the world is going to have the weight. They're going to have the bully power. That's just the way the society stacks up. There's always some society, some civilization that's more powerful than the other civilizations around them. So we can't change that. And the fact is, we're that civilization. Great. Can't change that either. What we can ask is, since we do have this power, what are we going to do with it? And I think that if we don't use the power, as all of us Spider-Manists know, with great power comes great responsibility. With all of this power, there is great responsibility. And if we don't step up to that responsibility, then I would rather see us not have the power and see some other more worthy nation have the power. And maybe they will use the responsibility better. So I think that's my fuller answer to that.
I I think that actually we are commanded by Jesus when he said, "Love thy neighbor as thyself." I think that that does give a degree of a command to some extent. I mean,
I
obviously, it can only
apologize
go
to the
so far.
audience, by the way. I've been grabbing this napkin. I've been rubbing my eyes. We're both fighting the sniffles. Um, she has handled this way more gracefully than me, but I'm very self-conscious about it. I
The
apologize.
Claritin's kicked in, sort of, but now I'm getting more stuffy. Um, but I'm not saying that it should be a legal duty, like what you were talking about with the CPR. But I'm just talking about strictly a moral duty. And I like to use, and a lot of people don't do this, but I like to separate out morality from ethics. I think morality is determined by God, and ethics are determined by man. And for example, as a lawyer, we have the Board of Professional Responsibility that tells us, what is the ethical behavior for lawyers. I'm sure y'all don't really think we have any, but we do. But there are some times where, in some situations, ethics are not necessarily moral. The ethical thing to do isn't necessarily the same as the moral thing to do in a certain situation. So anyway, so I when I say a moral duty to help to defend a third party, I mean, I guess to some extent. I mean, it's not like the United States can go around and fight every injustice in the world. We don't have that capability. Um, and so, you know, first and foremost, just like in the Bible where it says you got to take care of your own first, the first obligation of every nation is to take care of her people. And then a lot of the wars or things that we intervene in uh, on foreign lands, that those things can affect us. So I don't understand with these people who are isolationists who don't think, like, for example, if you don't do anything to stop, especially before the Cold War, when the Soviet Union just kept trying to expand, and then to Nicaragua, and not too far away from the United States, um, and you got Cuba. Uh, sometimes things that other people do can threaten your people's safety. So, uh, but but like I said, we can't just go run because there are countless atrocities happening at this moment in a lot of places besides the Ukraine. Um, but the question is if the Ukraine falls, then what happens? It's not just about the Ukraine, it's about the other neighbors, it's about Poland and all of these other countries, Moldova, that are neighbors. And if when Ronald Reagan said it best, and he talked about peace through strength. And when bullies sense weakness, then that's when they strike. And that's why, as soon as Donald Trump got into office, and he knocked out, and Ted Cruz had pushed, and I'm pretty sure it got unanimous votes for them to sanction the whole Nord Stream 2 pipeline, so that Russia wouldn't be able to get their gas and stuff to Germany and to the EU. As soon as that happened, then Putin stopped building it. But then as soon as Biden got into office, it was within 4 days, and then he starts up again. And so, because he sensed that, and I'm not trying to make this overly political, but he sensed that a different sheriff's in town. Donald Trump, he's kind of got the twitchy eye and the twitchy trigger finger, and he could be erratic at
I
times.
think
And
what you're saying
sometimes
is
you need
Donald
that.
Trump was that shit.
I knew that was.
Yeah. All right.
But when somebody's got an itchy trigger finger and not afraid to pull the trigger, people are a lot more careful. And think about it. That's why we're not doing as much right now against Putin, because Putin has nukes. So everybody's afraid of the kook Putin. But you got to have somebody with that same strength. So I mean, they were striking while the iron is hot, and I'm concerned that with another 3 more years in office, we're going to see other of the Baltic states falling too. And so I'm not saying that we need to put boots on the ground, or at least not yet, but that
Not
is the
now, when?
Soviets' MO. That is the Soviets' MO. They don't stop at one place. They're gonna.
Right. Russia doesn't care about Ukraine for Ukraine's sake. Ukraine is just a small piece to a big puzzle. But if not now, when? Um, so just to round this off, it sounds like again we have some general agreement that people who can intervene where there are atrocities should. So it's an assessment always of whether you can or not, because as you say, we can't intervene in every atrocity. But it sounds like that there's some agreement that when you can do it, you should do it. Is that correct?
Right. And even on a personal level, because it's much easier to see this on a personal level. Um, or kind of like what you were talking about, like you see somebody choking and you know how to do the Heimlich maneuver. Forget about whether you're certified or not, or you see somebody about to do something that can cause death or injury, to not step in and to try to help. If you can do something to try to help, to just watch it happen. No, I acknowledge there can be certain intervening situations that can
Like
make
you
things
hate
more
that guy.
well, maybe not that one. Well, I could certainly understand it. I won't have my Christian hat on with that one.
Well, let me
But
put it this way: if Donald Trump has the unfortunate situation of choking, and I'm the only other guy in the room, we're gonna get his choking on YouTube, and I'll be holding the camera. I will not be Heimliching him back to life. So,
I I think I'd even give Heimlich. I think I'd even give the Heimlich maneuver to Biden. So,
well, I mean, sure, because he's mostly a nice guy, but
well, I wouldn't say that, but
Trump be cray, and there are plenty of reasons to watch him expire. But frankly, this is not about Trump, is it? But Trump is very old, and a lot of the brouhaha
not as old as Lunchbox Joe.
he's very old, and his ability to this idea that he might come back and run 4 more years and that sort of thing. Maybe he will, maybe he can't. It's age catches up with you fast when you're that old, and you
I
have that.
certainly see that with Biden.
I I think that frankly Biden is too old to be president. I'm not a fan of old
It's
presidents
not
any
his
more than
age.
no, it's
I
his
mean,
age. I'm
it's
I'm
the
a
mental
I don't mean
capacity. I
to
mean,
be
the man's
ageist
got
here, so I'm
dementia.
sorry for all of you old farts who are taking offense at, at what seems to be ageism for me. I don't think that we ought to have overly young presidents. I don't think we ought to have overly old presidents. I don't think that either one is very representative of the country at large, and I don't think that either one is all that capable or frankly wise. I think they have, those that are very, very old have so many of their own personal ideas tied up into what they're doing that I don't trust them that much. And those who are
Hmm.
very, very young don't know enough about the world and life to have that much power. But I'm happy with presidents, say between ages 35 and 55, even
35?
yeah,
Really?
go as low as 35.
I mean,
And because at 35, here's what you can have done by 35. By 35, you have time to have had a terminal degree. You have had time to raise a family at least more than halfway. You've had time to buy a house or go into debt or lose some loved ones, to move up in your job and obtain necessary skills, to have studied at least one thing very well. So at 35, you've had a chance to do a lot of things that you haven't had a chance to do at 25. I don't care how brilliant of a 25-year-old you are. And I think, even up to 50 or even 60, you're not so on the other side of your hill and your own death looming that you're worried about your legacy so much, or you've got so much cruft built up in your psyche that you can't be an effective leader somehow. I think that there is a range where you can be very effective, and maybe 35 is too young. Maybe it should be between 40 and 55 or 40 and 60. I think there's an ideal age for this kind of executive position.
Because there's,
But 70 plus is and I love 70 plus. I know a lot of people who are over their 70s. I love them. I respect them. I listen to their stories. They have a lot of life wisdom to share. They're too old to be president.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily just totally exclude it, but I think a minimum age in terms of what I think is a good age is 45 and up, because and really even that, there's something that you gain just through those extra 10 years of living, even as a mature adult, that you just, the longer you're around, most of the time, not always, but most of the time, you do tend to gain additional knowledge, additional wisdom. And so it's one thing to be a senator, but to be the leader of the free world, um I prefer them. I think in the 60s is
I
a
think
good
history has given
age.
us some world leaders that were very good when they were younger. I don't.
Yeah, but usually I think they were all 45 and up. I think, weren't they? I don't think we've, it wasn't Kennedy or younger, or Barack
Kennedy.
Obama. How old was Barack?
I think Kennedy was younger, but world history is not
Um,
my bag.
but I
So,
mean,
and Kennedy wasn't a terrible leader. I don't think Barack Obama was a terrible leader. They were both young guys when they went in office. Um, so I think that Clinton,
he was probably
some fairly mixed
late
feelings
40s.
about. Yeah, he was in 40s. Uh, as a legislator, I think he was pretty good. I think he was a terrible human being. And I didn't vote for him either time, and I wanted him to be impeached. So there's a little bit about my politics there. But from a historical point of view, I don't think that he will go down as a bad president.
A lot of it had to do with what the Republicans did as he was riding in town with the
So,
economy. But anyway, that's
yeah,
another
it doesn't matter because there's always some
story.
administration riding in and riding out, and you can always say, "Well, it's those other guys." The fact is, when you're there, you have a chance to either make your mark or not screw up the mark that's been made in a good way, and a younger person can do that. Um, so that's, I mean, look, I've got the age at 35. You've got it at 45. Can we compromise at 40?
I still don't think that's mature enough. I mean, I'm not saying in terms of legally, but I don't know. I just, because there's always the exception to the rule, but I just I think that people only really start to gain some wisdom by 45 and up, or
There are
so,
plenty
something
of
like.
companies that are led by people who are 40.
But
Uh,
it's different to run a company versus the free world. I mean,
sure, I think Tim Cook at
they're in
Apple.
charge of the
I think
military.
Tim Cook at Apple runs a country bigger than America, economically and maybe socially. There, it companies are massive states these days. Another completely out of bounds topic. I get that. But I think that maybe if you're talking about running a company, the average company, and then maybe 50 years ago, you might have a point. But companies today are global entities like countries. And I think there is something to be said for if you can run a company that size,
But they're
then you
kind
are
of doing the
dealing with a
same.
lot of the same issues that you're dealing with as a chief executive of a country.
But they're kind of dealing with a far more focused situation than when you're having to deal with world events just that can pop
These
up.
CEOs have to deal with world events.
Not
Uh,
like a president does.
you think that you're going to get your next iPhone if Tim Cook doesn't deal with China well?
I just,
You are not.
I'm
That's
just
the answer to
telling you,
that.
it's a different thing to run a country and to deal with. all of the international events and to deal with military situations and to constantly be briefed on 10 million things
People, put your
happening.
keyboards down. I don't think that running Apple is the same as running America. All right. So that's not. Um, but yeah, I do think that there is a. I think that there is something to letting people lead when they're at their best, when they're at their peak. And I
Sure.
think that you are at your best at around 35 to 40, physically, mentally.
But not with wisdom because
I,
you haven't
I,
lived as
I
long.
understand that life experience is important. And I am all for having your president aides, your cabinet, senators being grizzled old men. I'm all for that. Make them grizzled old men and women, by the way. Grizzled old women, grizzled old men. Surround yourself by them. In fact, there might be a counter law that if you're 35 and the president, you've got to have at least 3 people in your cabinet that are
I
over.
like that. I like that.
So I'm in favor of that. But I think that a person who is 35 is far more attuned to the current society that they live in than someone who's 75.
Yeah, but why not just go for the 45 to 50
Well, I offered
and
you a
get the best of
compromise
both
at
worlds?
40, but you're not
Get the
willing to
best of both
compromise.
worlds. I mean, just 50. You got
It
some
is very
maturity.
clear that we are not going to be in anyone's cabinet.
Well, I was just going to say, just look at us with our age.
Right? We are. No one is vetting us for a cabinet position. I can assure you. So let's get back. Let's get back to this then. There are one or two topics in here that are not on the list that I don't know if we're going to get a chance to talk about. But I think before moving to the next official topic, there are some things that we talked about here about the need or responsibility to help other people. And we both agree that that should happen, but we both agree that that can't happen all the time. But maybe we can, excuse me, maybe we can narrow it down a little bit to when it should happen. I don't think there's a lot of talk about this, and I don't think there's a lot of clarity around this. I certainly don't have a lot of clarity on it. And I think it seems to me like this may sound very cynical. Cynical alert, people. I might actually say something cynical here. It seems to me like the only time we intervene is when there's a lot of money on the line. It seems like economics is the only thing that really rules our foreign policy. And I am more of an idealist. I'm a practicalist too, but I have enough idealism to want morality or ethics to be at the top of our foreign policy, of our interactions with other people in the world. And I don't see morality anywhere in the picture. It seems to me that it's all about money. How is it possible that a place like China, a regime like the the PRC, how can they ever have been a favored nation of any country that cares about human rights? How is that possible? It's possible because money. Ethics, not even a part of the discussion. So you talk about all of the little wars and dictatorships that we don't intervene in. It's not that we couldn't. We could. We could crush them like bugs. No money. Don't care. So what's the situation with Russia? It's a little bit more complicated than that. I know that. It seems like we will only intervene if it looks like it's going to get too costly not to. And it doesn't seem like the ethics of the situation are guiding our principles.
Intervene in terms of boots on the ground or just with the aid that's been being given.
Yeah, so I don't consider aid intervention. That's a different category of thing.
Okay.
Sanctions, I would consider that intervention, but I consider sanctions to be the namby-pamby limp handshake of interventions. It's the milk toast of interventions. It's literally the least we can do.
But it did. I mean, but look, as soon as Ted Cruz he pushed the law, it got. I'm almost 100% certain it was unanimous consent in the House and Senate, and Trump signed it into law. And as soon as they put the sanctions with regard to what was it, the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, Putin stopped working on it. And but then as soon as the sanctions were lifted, or well, not before, but as soon as Biden got into office, I was reading it was 4 days later, and then Putin starts up again. So we can't say that. I mean, it depends on how bad the sanctions are hurting. Is it a slap on the wrist or not? And so I think it can depend on
Well,
how
it also
badly it
depends
hits
on how
them.
mad the person is on the other side. So
That,
uh,
as well as how badly hits them in the pocketbook. But
I don't think Putin cares about the pocketbook at this stage. He's also old. What Putin cares about is his fantasy of Russia. He wants to make Russia great again, and he wants a legacy. And he doesn't care how many people he has to kill to get it.
but I agree with that. But I think that there are the additional aspects of with their population being so low, and then COVID reduced it further. And so right now, he's got a perfect situation with somebody like Biden as opposed to Trump in the White House, where Biden was pretty much telling him that, they're not going to go too hard on him. So, I mean,
Right. Well, those signals oftentimes wars kind of happen. You wake up one morning and there's been bombing and we're at war. I mean, it's not the kind of thing that gets telegraphed. There could be boots on the ground tomorrow, or at least missiles in the air. So we don't really know until the thing happens or doesn't happen in terms of this. But it doesn't seem to me anyway, from where I sit, which is not a place of any power or any real vision. But it doesn't seem to me that America is approaching this situation, America and the world, for that matter, is approaching this situation from a purely moral standpoint. And all I am calling for is, if we're going to intervene in places in the world, if we're going to be the big guy, the bully on the block who polices the block, then we should police the block based on right and wrong rather than on who pays us the most money.
uh, um, one of the things that I would say, which you didn't mention, is that there can also be, it's not always about economic interests. Excuse me. But it can also be about military interests and security, national security. Because, for example, um, Germany, they get most of their oil and gas from Russia.
Money.
And but it also keeps their people warm
I
in
understand
the
that, but that's an
winter. And
economic consideration. I
yeah,
get
but
that.
it's also, their lives. It's not just about them becoming enriched,
I
but it's
get
about,
that, but it's
yeah,
still an economic situation,
right.
because if you cut off that resource, then it would be very difficult for them to get it somewhere else and a lot more expensive, and life would change. Look, people are complaining now about the rising prices of Uber and Lyft because gas prices are going up because we can't get that Russian oil. Right, so our lives are a little bit more inconvenienced. That's That's an economic concern. In Germany, the situation's worse, but it's still an economic concern. It's just worse.
And our gas prices were going up before the Ukraine
Oh, yeah, I mean, our gas.
situation.
Our,
Um,
don't get me started on our gas prices.
but you got to think too in terms of uh, just kind of the geopolitical situation. If Ukraine fall and Ukraine, they in response when Russia took over Crimea was very dependent on a canal to bring in fresh water because they hardly had any fresh water that was coming to them. And so, which was brilliant. The Ukrainians, once the Crimea was taken over, they closed the canal to block the water, and so Russia was then forced, in order to get water to the Crimea, they're having to pay a ton of money to send water. So Russia's wanting to get rid of that problem, which is bleeding them in terms of uh, money. But then Russia is bleeding the Ukraine with money by starting all these problems with these little, in terms of Georgia, and then Crimea, and now Ukraine. It's the same thing all three times. They find some separatists that want to break away, and then they start financially supporting them, and then they invade, and then they recognize them, and and they make Ukraine so unstable that other countries and businesses don't want to come there to help them tap into the oil and gas. I think I read that Ukraine would be the second largest in terms of gas reserves. It's huge. If Ukraine were permitted to flourish, they would be massive competition to Russia in terms of selling oil and gas.
Right.
And
So
so,
I don't argue with any of these things. All I would append that with is economics. Uh,
yeah, it is.
it's
And so that's why,
this is one might say all wars are economic wars, but I that's a problem for me because just for once in my life I'd like to live through a moral war. Why did we attack Iraq? Why did we go into Iraq? Was Saddam Hussein worse than the leaders in some of the places in Africa at the time? I don't believe he was. I don't believe his atrocities were anywhere near as
well,
bad.
he had the chemical weapons.
Yeah, he did, except he didn't. Not
They
really. I
he
mean,
really did. When they kept telling him for months, "We're going to come in." Later on, they ended up saying too that they were finding things, but anyway.
yeah,
Uh,
whether they found anything in that or not, if we're just talking about the cost in lives and human atrocity, the Brown People Wars were wars that we could have gone in on. We could have intervened on. There was clear moral, I think, justification to do it, but brown people, no money, no economic interest, no reason to do it. So we
and
didn't do it.
it also one other
But the
factor, which
but
I
the
think,
moment those oil silos lit on fire, we're like, hell no. Hell no. we're we are going to clean that place up. So I'm sorry, I don't give a damn about Iraq, Iran, the Middle East, and ancient wars with people who have been fighting ever since they've been alive. For that matter, I don't actually give a damn about Croats and Serbians and Muslim wars, religious wars of people who think that God gave them this land or that land. I don't care. I just care about what the bullies, which is what America is often called, do with their power and why. And so, if we are going to go into any of those places at all, let it be for a righteous reason. And, I can't believe I'm the not Christian on the panel calling for a righteous reason to use power and war. And again, I don't recall. Maybe there has been. I'm just not thinking of it.
We didn't
A
even do that in
single
World War II.
situation where we have used our power righteously as opposed to nakedly economic.
Well, just think about this. With World War II, it took Pearl Harbor to
Right,
get us involved.
right.
The Brits were on the right
We were
side
happy
of
to watch
things.
it all happen as
Right.
long as it didn't
And
touch us.
Churchill was the one that was on the right side of history with that. And I'm with you in that I agree with you. I do have a very strong idealistic bent, and I do think that, with these moral wars, but the problem is just simply wars are expensive and you can't get involved in every um tragedy that
But you've
is
got to have
going
a
on.
guiding principle for when you do.
Right.
And I have not been able to determine any guiding principle when America gets involved except economics. That's
Well,
the
most of
only
the
guiding principle we seem to have.
but it's not just purely economic, it's national interest, which can be broader than economics. It can deal with um making sure that a particular area is controlled by our friends as opposed to enemies, because we need to be able to fly over their airspace or travel their where they have water
Okay,
rights.
what
And
you
if we
call
can't,
national interest, I just see as another word for economics. In the broader definition of
but it can be
economics, I think you're probably right.
self-defense too, because if in a war or if something goes down and we can't fly over certain areas, like Turkey is extremely important because of just where they're situated. And
Have we
it's
changed places since the beginning? Because you seem to be arguing for selfish reasons to intervene, and I'm arguing for broader, more righteous reasons to
I
intervene.
agree with you, but I mean the reality of it is
And
there's
I'm the
only
one
so
who
much
said
money.
I don't have a problem with selfishness, but
But we don't have enough money and to go around being the savior of the world. I mean,
well,
the
you
the
be the savior of
reality of,
somebody.
you know what? And here's something else to think about. There comes a point too where the people have to rise up and do things for themselves.
Of course there does, but it's easy to say that when you're in a position of uh, safety as opposed to in a position of having someone over you, beating you, and keeping you down. It's very hard to rise up when the military is not controlled by the civilian population.
Yeah, but look at what Ukraine is doing. I mean, nobody thought that it'd go on this
I
long. And look,
understand, and I cheer for them too in that sense. I mean, they've shown a lot of heart, a lot of grit. It also helps that Russia, their infrastructure and their military is they're paper tigers in some sense. They have a crumbling military infrastructure. They're pathetic. If they were actually fighting a real opponent, they would be destroyed. The only reason we haven't destroyed them is because they have a crazy person with nukes. And even if most of their nukes failed, which I suspect they probably would, some of them would not fail. And that's the only thing that matters. So why don't we jump into that question now about appeasement? Because I think this is important. Let me see if I can find it. And the wisdom or lack thereof of appeasement, as well as the morality or immorality of it. And we, in a sense, we've kind of been talking about this already, but I think that we can make it a little bit more directed. In the last show I did, this is kind of where I spent most of my passion, which is simply to say this. I think that Russia, no matter what you think of the current situation with Ukraine, I think Russia is and always has been a bully. And I despise bullies. My solution for bullies is to kill them because they are bullies and they only exist to make life bad for other people. That said, take my killing, my bloodlust out of it for the moment. Russia is a bully and has been for a long time, and Putin is a bully. He is a dangerous bully. And what we are doing is walking around on eggshells, not because we don't think he's a dangerous, crazy bully, but because we know he's a dangerous, crazy bully. And so I am sick and tired of appeasing bullies. This is just from my personal life. Bullies, I've dealt with a lot of bullies because every bully and their cousin wants a piece of someone who seems obviously weaker than them. And so you know what I learned to do? I learned to fight. There came a time when bullies didn't want a piece of me anymore because I would fuck them up. And if you think that's harsh, you didn't live the childhood that I lived. I was happy to fuck up any bully that came my way. And I didn't care whether I lived or died or killed. I wasn't going to appease a goddamn bully. There comes a time when you can't do it anymore. If you're going to live, you're going to have to kick the shit out of somebody. Or get it kicked out of you, but make it so hard that they don't want to come around again. That's Putin. And I throw up in my mouth a little bit every time someone bows to the appeasement side of Putin because he's a bully and he's got some weapons. Fuck that. I don't. That said,
Well, I mean,
he is a bully.
you don't want a big
He's got some
nuclear
weapons.
war.
I don't want a nuclear war. I would like to live. I understand that. But frankly, we should have taken Putin out a long time ago. It should have never gotten to this point. So I know that this is also going to bleed into our discussions on sovereignty, where we will have some actual some dramatic disagreement here. But the fact of the matter is, the appeasement, I think it is bad every time. And the only reason we should ever appease a bully is to calm him down enough so that we can stab him in his goddamn back when he turns around. That's it.
Well, in terms of the Christian position, I think I agree with you so long as the bully is threatening death or is committing, atrocities in terms of killing humans. But, I don't know that there's been a single dictator in history that didn't do that. So, yeah, death to dictators. I agree with you. And, but we have to be careful when we're dealing with a nuclear power. And, you got in North Korea, I mean, I think he's way more unhinged than Putin. But there's talk. No, I think that's just all. I don't know that anything's been. I heard somebody say that they heard that Condoleezza Rice had seen Putin somewhat recently and that he seemed really off, and talk about maybe he's got a brain tumor or something throwing off his judgment. And then
Easy to kill.
Yeah, well, and then I heard something about and this may be totally 100% rumor. I haven't had a chance to see whether it's even true or not, that he may have cancer. And so, as they say, the two most dangerous people are the people who have everything to lose and the people who have nothing to lose. And a dying man has nothing to lose, well, except. And that's one of the interesting things about uh, when you believe in God and morality, you can have the most powerful dictator. And if he or she is religious and believes in a God that will judge them and that there's a heaven and a hell, that has a way of making the strongest person curb their uh, evil behavior because of fear of what will be happening in the afterlife. And I know that Putin, I think he said he's Orthodox, or showed a cross that like his grandmother or somebody gave him when he was baptized, but there's no way that he's a
Yeah,
real
Trump
Christian.
held the Bible up upside down in
Yeah,
front of a church
yeah.
that he had people gasped for the photo op. So yeah, Putin and Trump, both Christians, the same Church of Satan.
I don't know that it's the same thing. I think there's a little bit of uh, a false equivalence there, but anyway.
Right, it's not a Church of Satan because those are actually nicer people.
Disagree with you there too. Um, but uh, but in terms of appeasement, you know, for a long time there was the whole concept of mutually assured destruction, and that's what kept things in check during the Cold War. That okay, nobody's going to be the first to press the nuclear button because they're going to get bombed back and it's going to be worse. And but now they've got these more targeted type nuclear strikes. So it's not necessarily, I mean, so for example, Putin could launch one of those, and that might not cause all hell to break loose in terms of the US response. So
He's not
I
the
don't
kind of
know.
person who would launch one of those. If he
The
launches,
what
if he launches, he's launching everything.
you
He'll
think?
he'll want to cause maximum damage.
But see, but then he'll know that his people and that he too will. I mean, but if
He
he's
doesn't care
dying,
about his people.
but I
He
think
will
he
be
cares
glad to
about
bring
his
the world to an
legacy.
end because for him, a world without him in it is a world that's come to an end.
But I think he'd like to have a legacy to be remembered because he does seem to have these, um, ideas of bringing back the Soviet Union to its former glory, which to me is indicating he's very much concerned about his legacy and just,
For concerned about
looking
his legacy, he would step
great.
down and he would let someone else who he has groomed for the position carry on his righteous mission. But I don't think there is anyone else groomed for the position because he's the kind of megalomaniacal maniac who is his own God in his own image, and
I agree with
it's
that.
him or nobody. So I think if he can't get what he wants, he's perfectly happy to see the world end in nuclear conflagration. I don't think that you can reason with him. He either wins or we all lose.
I might not necessarily disagree with you on
Okay, well that's no longer interesting then.
that.
Let's.
I mean, there is that possibility. I still think I don't think he wants just all out nuclear war, but it's possible.
So
It's possible.
we've only
Just
got one more on the list, and this is the tough one. And I'm gonna go straight for it. My bladder is about to burst, and so I'm gonna try to make it really fast. But it's probably the most important one, or at least the most incendiary one we've got.
uh,
What are the limits of sovereignty, and should there be such a thing as national sovereignty? So, whatever friends I've got left, I'm going to go ahead and send you on your way now. So, I've never been a person with lots of friends, and I suspect I'm about to go back to that now. This is also something that I have believed for a long time, a very long time, probably as early as when I was still in my teens. I don't think that national sovereignty is a good idea. I think it's a terrible idea. I think it is part of everything that's wrong with the world and foreign policy and how we deal with one another. This is always a global world, a global society, a global economy, and maybe I was born at just the right time, so that with the internet and changes in economics and so forth, that we just became more global, and that became more of reality in my coming to age. So it could be possible that that is what influences my thoughts. But I don't give a damn about America as a nation. Make America great again? I'm not interested in making America great. I'm interested in making the world great. I'm as interested in the rice farmer in China as I am the the potato farmer in Idaho. They're both farmers, and they both produce things that I love, and they're both extremely good at it. And so I want them all to thrive. And as far as, we should love our own more, well, I'm sorry, the potato farmer in Idaho is no more my own than the rice farmer in China. I don't know them. All right. So in my own personal circle, they're the same to me. I have as much distance from either one of them. There's a good chance that the potato farmer in Idaho has some political views that I would find extremely abhorrent, as opposed to the rice farmer in China. So I don't look at the world in these little silos of sovereignty. The UK, they're my brothers in the UK. They're also my brothers in Iran. I just have lost any ability to care about where people are from. Now, maybe another thing that intensifies this is the fact that I live in New Jersey and I spend a lot of my time in New York. I don't have to go around the world to see the world. The world comes to me every day. I get on a subway or a train or what have you. The world is all around me. When I'm walking around in New York, I hear 6 different languages at once all the time. They're all my people. I would defend any of them if they were being bullied equally, and it would not cross my mind to consider what nationality they were. So on a personal level, sovereignty just seems stupid. But on a world stage level, it seems stupider, because our ideas of sovereignty are what allow us to have leaders like Putin in the first place. It allows Russia to be what it has become in the first place. And so instead of having good, reasonable policies that everyone has to live by, we just wait until somebody gets out of control, and then we shatter this illusion of sovereignty by going in and invading and taking over when it gets too bad. Well, I would suggest that you care about sovereignty about as much as I do. if there's ever a situation where you would go in and take someone else's. I am suggesting that we don't wait for the world to fall apart before we step all over this stupid concept of sovereignty. I think we should do it before the disaster so that we can make policies as one world, one people, for the benefit of all, and so that we can, instead of just the strong bully nation being the one that has to police everybody, we can all do the policing with a single set of principles and morals and ethical beliefs at the center of it. I don't care about the U.S. Constitution. I want to see a world constitution where everybody is benefited from the same inalienable rights. Why are inalienable rights just an American thing? So, sovereignty as a concept, it doesn't make any sense to me. And I think it is part of the problem that we are facing now. We are running up against the limits of the kind of societies that we can have when we worship sovereignty and salute flags, as opposed to care about people and individuals more than where they, what part of the rock they come from. So that's me. And I'd like to, say goodbye to all of my friends who are walking right now. I love you. It's been great. But I will hand it over to the other crazy person on the other side of the mic.
So I'm sure it comes as no surprise that I am a big supporter of a country maintaining its sovereignty, because otherwise you get this. I mean, it's difficult enough within a country to get laws passed, to mete out justice, all of these things, regulations. Imagine doing that on a global level, and then with people whose cultures are so different. So how would you in America, our legal system is based on the Judeo-Christian laws, but with a lot of Muslims who believe in Sharia law, where, I mean, they believe in honor killings, and heaven forbid if you're a homosexual, or if a woman is caught in adultery, or heaven forbid if a woman or a man becomes a Christian. I mean, off with your head. There are some very huge cultural divides, and we can't ignore that. And a lot of times with these huge cultural divides, people have a right to decide how they are going to be governed. That's part of free will. And if you just create just this one central government, that takes away the ability for different people to have, with different cultures and different values, to have their laws reflect their beliefs. And so I think that, boy, now I'm sounding like the leftist or the liberal. But people have a right to a degree of that self-determination in terms of their country. And I mean, we know from our founding fathers that the most responsive government is at the local level. Why? Because people can go up and clamor at City Hall and rally. Tennessee is one of the few tax-free states where we don't have a state income tax. And every couple of years, the people on the left try to get legislation passed to cause an income tax or a state tax to be here. And I kid you not, downtown, there's just a flurry of these cars, and they'll be honking their horns and just, creating a ruckus, letting those legislators know just how much they are against it, knowing that they're going to pay for that, come the next election. And so then you have, so you have the local level, then you have the state level, the politics, and that's still a lot closer. Originally, the founding fathers had it to where it would be at the state level that they vote on who would become senators and president of the United States. It wasn't the people directly, and then that got changed. But it's the acknowledgement that the closer you are to the people, the more that the legislators have their ear to the pulse
But
of the
that wouldn't go
people.
away.
It would when it's just one leader over the world. How do
But
you?
I don't think that would. I don't think it would work that way. So let me just acknowledge first of all, I've watched a lot of Star Trek. My some of my idealism probably comes from thoughts about the Federation and a lot of science fiction, so forth. But I also think there's a practical side to it. I will say I don't have all of the answers. In fact, I don't have any of the answers. I don't know how it would work practically because that's not how we think and it's not how we do. But I think that we could think that way, and I think we could do it. And it would take a few changes, but I think most of those changes would not be as major as you think. So, for instance, yes, all politics is local. That is very true. And the politics that people really care about are the local politics. It's the politics of the school board. It's the neighborhood watch. It's as local as you can get, and that's where the activity is. But once upon a time, all we had were families, and at some point, families got together and formed communities, and they at some point got together to put people in charge of the communities because we're social creatures and we can't just do our own thing if communities are going to work well together. And so we still value and enjoy a great deal of freedom inside of the setting of communities. But it didn't stop there because at some point communities got together to form larger conglomerates, and we have towns and cities. And at some point, they realized, someone's got to be in charge of this conglomerate because we can't have a properly functioning city with everyone just running around willy-nilly doing whatever they want to. There are certain benefits that we want in this city. I mean, we want schools, and we want a McDonald's over there, and we want roads, and we need a sheriff. And so, I mean, there are things that we need: a hospital. This city, in order for it to function to its fullest, has to have someone in charge of it. But then again, that wasn't enough because at some point, enough cities get together and form an even bigger conglomerate, and it's a state. And you know what states need? They need governors. They need someone to govern the whole state. And even though you have a state capital, the governor is above the capital. He's above any particular city or township. It doesn't matter what city or township he's from, because now he's the governor of the entire state, because there's no way that we can have highways and state patrol and state aid for people and such, state taxes without some kind of government. And so we find a way to do that. And while we lose some freedoms, we still have lots of freedoms within our families, communities, cities, states. And what happens when you get enough of those states together? At some point, it became obvious we're sharing a continent. We could do better than states. We need a federal government. And what do we need? We need a king. Well, okay, king, bad idea. We've seen how that ends. But we still need a leader. And you can call him a king, you can call him a president. I don't care what you call him. You can talk about whether it's a parliamentary system of government or a representative. Don't care. What you have is one person at the top of an executive branch where we give a lot of power because we need a government overseeing all of the states, which oversee all of the cities, which oversee all of the communities. And do we lose a little bit of personal autonomy when we have a national government? You bet. We fought a war over it. So it's pretty important to a lot of people. And it's really hard and complicated to work out all of those issues. But we find that it is beneficial and advantageous to have a government that all of the states are under. I am just suggesting we take it the next logical step because we find ourselves in a world where we have lots of federal governments and we have a lot of messy interactions. And I'm just suggesting one more level up where it would make a lot of sense and we would still have all of the local things that we have now. We would still have all the family responsibilities. We would still have taxes that deal with roads and schools and things like that. But I think that we would also have a more unified sense of what a human is and what human rights are. And we can make those rights not just for one person in that community over there because they're rich, but we can make those rights available to everybody, no matter what potato field they're in. And there's so much more that we could do economically. There's so much more that we could do socially. There's so much more that we can do politically to protect people from crazy people who gather enough power in one community, city, state, country, and who would abuse it. If we would only just take the next logical, reasonable step, it is no scarier than the step of becoming a nation or a state or a city or a neighborhood. It's just one level up.
Well, I find that idea very, very frightening because within a country, at least like ours, under our Constitution, we have checks and balances. But we're this remarkable exception to the rule throughout the world. So if everybody had a vote on who gets to be put in as the head honcho, it's not going to be someone with the values that reflect our Constitution. It's going to be more likely a dictator or a quasi-dictator. And I don't like that much concentration of power in one person. And if nothing else, even on the world stage, you have some checks and balances even between countries. So what we're talking about, the whole thing with Russia's acting badly. So now, other countries are helping to be a check and a balance. And so.
But under my federation, you'd still have checks and balances. I don't see why it couldn't be put together that way.
But who's going to be the checks and balances?
I don't know.
For the head honcho, for the head.
I'm not arguing for a particular implementation. That's above.
But aren't you saying that there needs to be a president of the world, of Earth?
More or less. I am arguing for the next level up. And And
That's just too much power for one person to have.
that's what they said about a president. Um,
But we
and
still have more control over somebody that's at least in our same country, much less.
all I'm arguing for is a change in mindset. I will let people smarter than me argue for the implementation. It's the mindset that we have to attack first. I'll give you an example of what I mean by mindset versus implementation. National healthcare. This is a mindset problem more than an implementation problem, I believe. In other parts of the world, it exists. Does it mean that everyone has a slightly lower level of medical care than some places because everyone has to share in the resources? It may, but it also means that when your kid breaks their arm, you don't have to go broke getting it splinted at an emergency room. I will take that trade-off every time. Every time. Now, could national health care be done well, even better than what it's done in other countries? I think it can. I think the real problem that America has in national health care is not that we're not smart enough or rich enough or talented enough to do it. I think that we just have the mindset that it shouldn't be done. And what I would like to see in my lifetime is a change in that mindset where we realize, you know what, this is the sane thing to do. And it's going to take several generations to do it, but this is what we're working toward. I would like to see that. And it may be that no one in our generation figures it out. But 3, 4 generations down the road, they will, if we change the mindset today. So all of the questions that you were asking about the implementation details of a world government are good questions. I have them too. I'm not any less concerned about those things than you are. I promise I'm not.
But
But
David,
but
diversity.
those are implementation details. It's the mindset that has to be changed that says we can't be fully ourselves unless we've got some uncrossable barrier between us and those ragheads over there.
It's not an uncrossable barrier. I mean, America takes people come from all over the world. When we say state, a country having its sovereignty, it just means that America isn't probably the only chump in the world that lets people cross their borders willy-nilly. Now, if we try to go to Mexico, we can't just go. I mean, there's
Right, which I think is
there.
ridiculous, by the way.
Okay, but my point is that every other culture monitors who comes in.
Right, how's that working out for them?
Well, they keep people out that they
Yeah,
don't want out. I mean, part
because
of
you
it.
want to be Mexico. If you can be reincarnated as anything, you want to be reincarnated as Mexico.
But this is every
Honestly,
country. I don't
nobody
think.
wants to be reincarnated as Mexico, even the
I don't.
Mexicans.
I don't think that there's any country in the world other. I mean, I may stand corrected, but I think that America is the only country where people just can come in, or it's just kind of like an open border.
I think
And if you
our
can't,
borders could stand to be more open, honestly. And that's not something that I've always thought, but I think it is one of the great things about America that we were built by everybody.
but why
No,
shouldn't we pick and choose who gets to come here? So, for
we were
example,
literally built by everybody.
yeah, but they all came in legally, or I mean, at least in the later years. Um, when,
There wouldn't
for
have been any
example,
later years if it wasn't the early years where people couldn't just come here.
okay, but look, so you have people, Americans who are taxpayers, and then you have people coming from foreign lands who, if they are coming here and cannot adequately support themselves or show that they've got a job waiting for them, then they become a drain on our budgets for our poor, and
No,
also they take away a lot of our
I
jobs.
know. I
and
know, and
and
I don't disagree with the sentiment that you're giving. Th-
it
this is an
used to be.
this is an implementation detail that's very hard to work out. And I know that we are a very different place now than we were in the beginning. It's probably unsustainable to keep open borders forever. You have to grow to a certain size, a certain point, in a certain way, and then you've got to kind of cut things off a little bit. I get it.
It's like in San Francisco, their homeless problem
It's out of
is
control.
through and the reason why, and this was probably about 16 years, I've only been there once, and it was maybe 16 years ago. And I mean, it's not like Nashville. I used to have an office downtown as well as live downtown. And sure, there's, plenty of homeless people panhandling, but I had never seen, I've been to New York only
But
twice, but I
you're
mean,
not. It's not a fair comparison. Nobody wants to go to Nashville. That's your
where
problem right there. I mean, people
our
want to go to San
population,
Francisco.
all these Californians are leaving California and coming here, and they're going to be bringing their blue states. No,
I
actually, it's
think we
been an
got a lot
explosion.
more Southerners going elsewhere than people going
No,
south.
no, seriously, we're getting a ton of, especially Californians coming because they're
Californians
sick
are
of.
always coming and going. So are New Yorkers.
I
The
know they're
fact of the
coming
matter is,
here.
these are places where people want to be, and it's natural that you are going to get more homeless people there because this is the place where people want to be. In fact, if they know they're going to be homeless and they have their pick of the litter of what place would you like to be homeless in, they would rather be homeless here than there. I
Well, I would
promise.
think they'd rather be in Florida where it's warmer than in San
Florida,
Francisco.
it's hot as hell. Florida is just a
But if
preview.
you're homeless,
You're out in that stuff. It's like
it
being
gets
homeless in
pretty
Arizona. Who would want to do that? You'll just die.
it's pretty cold in San Francisco. Like I went there springtime and it was like wintertime.
No one
But
dies from the weather in San Francisco. No one dies of cool stroke in
but
San Francisco.
I asked the cab driver, because I mean I'd never seen that many, just such an onslaught of panhandling. And I
I've
asked,
been to New
I was
York.
like, well, I've been to New York, and no, when I was in New York, it was years before having gone to San Francisco.
Mhm.
But I mean, I did see a lot of panhandling in New York. But what I saw in San Francisco made New York look like child's play.
Really, because I've been
But
to San Francisco too. I did a conference there,
uh-huh.
and I was a speaker at a major-ish conference in a niche that I am a geek in, but it doesn't matter. I spent.
Star Trek, Comic
Oh,
Con.
I wish someone had invited me to speak at Comic Con. It was an Apple related event,
Yeah.
but yeah, because you and I we share some similar geekdom. That's more than the world ever wanted to know. But at any rate, yeah, I San Francisco is it's a mess, but its homeless situation is almost not its biggest problem. It's a symptom of a lot of problems that they're having.
I
I
found
mean,
out
I could talk a
why.
whole show about San Francisco. I think.
But
It,
I asked a cab driver, I was like, I mean, because it was crazy. I've just never seen anything that extreme. I was like, what's up with all the homeless people and the panhandlers? And it's because they pay them a stipend, a monthly stipend. So people from all over the nation are going where they get a free monthly stipend. I mean, I'm like, well, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard of. I'm all
Let
for
me just
helping
say, if there's a
people who
place in
need
the
help.
country that can afford to give stipends to homeless people, it's San Francisco. I don't
But
feel
you,
sorry for them.
but you enable them as opposed to, I'm all for helping um, people get on their feet, or if they're mentally ill and there's just no getting on their feet, creating places for the people. I mean, I completely believe in a safety net for those who need safety nets.
Yeah, but
But
San Francisco they created a lot of those homeless people. So it's not just
sure, by
homeless
giving them a
people coming from.
stipend.
No, no, no. They created those homeless people by taking away and partially, to some degree, gentrifying all of the places where people of low income could live, and they simply took them away. They priced them out of the market, and then Silicon Valley did not help. And so what you end up with are people who were doing average jobs, making executive salaries in big tech companies. And so what is the response? All of the rents go up. They just go up. And if you are not a part of that economy, you certainly don't have any place to live. San Francisco has a lot of homeless people because there are not a lot of places for regular people to live there.
But
And regular
most
people used
people,
to live there, uh, and they can't now. They simply can't. So when the
but the
government
average
gives them a
person
stipend,
moves as opposed to become homeless. The
just
average person,
these are family homes that people no longer have, no longer can afford because of taxes and things like that.
yeah.
San Francisco gives them a stipend as much out of guilt as anything because they really screwed over a lot of people and they sold their soul for the wealthy tech giants, and that's a choice. It's a choice they made, and you'll end up with a city like that. And San Francisco is probably the worst example of that in the world. This is what happens when you sell your soul in that way. And I would love to have seen, California say have laws that cared about morality, ethics, and humans who live there, who could have made laws a long time ago that maybe could have controlled what San Francisco did, but there wasn't. And so people suffer there, except for the extremely rich people. You've got the extremely rich, you've got the extremely poor, and you don't have a lot of middle class to speak of there. San Francisco is what happens when it gets out of control, and there is no sense of ethics in the mix of your economics.
But I think part of it, I think a lot of it is falls onto the old expression that the road to hell is paved with good
I
intentions.
don't
I
think
think
San
that
Francisco ever had a single good intention in their life.
I think that these stipends came out of good intentions
Well,
to
but
help the
that
poor.
came after they made the problem.
Right,
So, I mean,
but
the problem is because there weren't enough people with good intentions in the first
but
place.
most of the homeless are not people that were just regular folks who lost their job and found themselves homeless temporarily. Most of the homeless people, um, a lot of them have mental illness. Some of them, I mean, a friend of mine who who had his own issues with being bipolar, and he was in subsidized housing, and he was very good friends with this gentleman who was homeless, and the homeless fellow Jerry was sharp as a tack. And I've talked with him, and I remember that one time there was some sort of computer problem, and my friend Bill, Jerry was there. And like when the weather would get bad, he would let Jerry stay at his apartment, which you're really not supposed to let people who are not, because it wasn't regular subsidized housing. It was some sort of specialty thing. And anyway, so he was kind of breaking the rules, but to give his friend shelter. But one of the things that he was telling me about Jerry is that Jerry just enjoyed having his independence, and he wasn't even getting a stipend. He was like he'd rather have very little, but just have his campsite, as he called it, and just hang out. And you know, and I guess it seems odd to us that anybody would ever have that kind of choice, but some people don't want to have to work and they're willing to have less. And you know what? It's their right to do that. If that's what they want to do, that's what freedom's about. And
Not really. I mean, sure, to a degree, but I'm on record. So this is a crazy I've already given, so I don't have to worry about it. I'm on record as saying I think there ought to be a minimum standard of humanity. Uh, and so, whatever that minimum, and once again, this is a type of thing that can happen with a world government, that can't happen with little islands, because with the little islands, some will be rich, some will be poor, and it's just, how you drew the lottery there. But I think there should be a minimum standard. I don't care how lazy you are. If you care, if you believe in any way in the sacredness of humanity, which, by the way, I don't. So I'm simply appealing to Christians when I say this sort of thing. I have my other reasons for believing in that humans should have a minimum standard of that they were allowed to live and below which they can't fall. But if you believe in any way of the sacredness of humanity, you should agree with me that there is a limit below which we will not allow a human to fall. I don't care how lazy they are. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they work. It doesn't matter if they want to work. It doesn't matter if they're nice people. If they're alive and they're free, they should be afforded a minimum standard of life. And that might include a cell phone, an internet connection, a roof over their head, a bed, some clean clothes, 3 square meals. There I don't know what it is. Running water, access to electricity. There should be a minimum standard below which no one is allowed to fall. And so I don't agree that lazy people who just choose to live outside and under bridges should be allowed to do that. They shouldn't. And if we cared about them, they wouldn't have to. And I think that we could do it. I don't think it would be the economic nightmare that you think it would be. Once again, it's one of those places where we have to change our mindset, and then it might take several generations to figure out the implementation details. But we've got to quit passing by people and thinking, well, I guess that's where they deserve to be because, they made the choices that put them there. No one deserves to be there. And stop putting it on me to put a quarter in someone's cup every time I pass by a homeless person. If you really cared, you would help me develop legislation that made certain that no one fell to that place in life in the first place. So yeah, San Francisco giving out stipends to homeless people. So what? You give out stipends to people who don't work all the time in the form of welfare or government phones, or back in our day, you're from the South, you might remember government cheese. You remember government cheese? That's a thing that used to happen. The government would send my grandmother. She used to.
it still does. It
Still
still
does.
does.
So you remember people.
That friend of mine
Mhm.
that was living in the subsidized housing, he would get all sorts of free food, including cheese.
Government cheese is a thing, people. You would get it in the mail. You would get like this big block, like a 5 pound block of cheese. However often they send it. It's good cheese. It's good. It was good. It was good cheese. Look, whatever the subsidies are and whatever we call it, what we are trying to limp along and get to, I think, is a place where there is a minimum standard for humanity. And I just think that standard, that floor needs to be raised to the point where there are no homeless people. I think that's possible. I think we can do it even in San Francisco, especially in San Francisco. If anybody could afford to do it, San Franciscans can afford to do it. So let's get there. Once again, change of mindset. You've got to. It's not easy. The first thing you have to change is not the laws. It's your mind about how you think about other humans. And that's all I'm saying about sovereignty, too. The first thing you have to change is not any particular laws. It's your mind about how we're to be governed. And what does happen, by the way, if the Vulcans come by? And if with our luck, it'd be the Klingons. But at any rate, what happens? They come by and they see us as fractured as we are. Who do they negotiate with? Who do they work with? Who do they talk to about making sure that every home has a replicator? Nobody. Nobody. We need some representation as humans. And right now we don't have that. We don't have any kind of any meaningful human society here. We just have little silos where various dictators and strongmen have pulled together power for themselves. And that just seems to be a really clunky way for a species to want to continue. I mean, I'm not saying that we could have done much better prior to now, but we are in a moment now where things are rapidly moving from local to global. And part of the problem is we've got too many people our age and older who can only think in terms of their local sovereignty. And those people have to die off so that younger people who watched more Star Trek can have better ideas about how we govern ourselves in the future.
Well, I just with giving out the freebies, all that does is that encourages.
Have you never had any government cheese?
I have not. I have
Oh,
not.
it's so good. It was so good. Anyway, those
I
were
mean,
good freebies. I'm telling you right now.
the problem is that one of the things, our life on this earth, we have a limited amount of time. And when people work, they are using up that limited amount of time that they have on this earth to do work, things that they don't, might not necessarily want to do, or they might have other things that they would prefer to do, hang out with friends and family and, or, watching Star Trek.
I wish nobody had to work.
I mean, and so
I don't want anyone to have to work. I don't see anything
okay, but then
noble
who's
about
going to
lifting
provide the goods? Who's
Okay,
going to? They don't just. You
I'm
don't
speaking,
snap your fingers.
I'm speaking idealistically.
I know, but
I because it's about the mindset, not about the implementation. I don't want to have to work.
well, David, I've got the perfect solution.
Now, I do work and I will always work, but the work that I do won't necessarily, if I had all of the money in the world, then the work that I did wouldn't be work that made me money.
Well,
It would be work that made me fulfilled.
David, all you need to do is submit to God again, go to heaven. You won't have to work.
Well, I could not submit to God and just die and stay dead, and I won't have to work then either.
Well, that's true. That's true. But it won't be as fun. It won't be as fun. Well, but wait. You don't know that you're going to be staying dead.
I forget which Christian I'm talking to in any given moment.
You know what? I would worry a lot less about my atheist friends if I thought that after death that's all there was. I would worry a lot less about y'all, but I don't believe that's the case. I think we've been given enough warnings that whatever it is, whatever hell is, it's not good.
Okay. And now the altar call is starting up. So what we're going to do right now, because we were done with this conversation 2 hours ago. So what we're going to actually do is close down, and we'll offer our guest the opportunity to make some closing remarks, and I will close out with my closing remarks because I started with the opening remarks, and then so we reverse the thing, and that's how we do it. So you have some uninterrupted few moments to to close your arguments, and I would closing arguments is really not appropriate for this. Closing statements, I guess, because we haven't really made arguments here. We've just been exploring a
Mhm.
very difficult topic full of ideas, most of which we agree on. And so maybe you can summarize some of your thoughts and leave people with a clearer idea of where you are, and then help me to summarize my thoughts because I don't have a real clear idea yet. So I'm going to give it to you, and I will let you do with this few minutes what you would like.
Well, first and foremost, we, uh, got the pressing situation in Ukraine where there's just a massive tragedy that's unfolding in front of our eyes and a lot of people suffering. And there's a clash between people wanting to be free and people wanting to oppress. And so I think you and I are in agreement that it's important for people to have liberty. And that is what we hope and pray for. uh I know you're not going to be praying for it, but uh we want people to have opportunity and freedom and being created in the image of God. That's our right. And when people are trying to oppress that, we all just feel how wrong that is, how inhumane it is, and we're seeing man's inhumanity to man. And so we shall see how all of this is going to play out in terms of in our own country. I don't like the idea of just one person ruling the world. I think that's just a disaster. It's hard enough just with one president, but at least we have co-equal branches and and I do. It's kind of funny that I'm going to be the one uh, talking about diversity, but I mean, different cultures deserve to have leaders who are like them, representing them and their interests, as opposed to just one person. Because there's not one person that can properly uh, represent the world. So I'm just extremely uncomfortable with that. But in terms of the people in our society that have fallen through the cracks, any moral society has to have safety nets for those who can't provide themselves for themselves. And sometimes people can provide themselves, but they lose a job and they weren't making enough money and they don't have the rent, and then they find themselves homeless. And so there has to be help for people like that too, with healthcare. I don't think that there's any Republican or conservative that disagreed with the notion that there needed to be some reform in healthcare. I don't think that what ended up happening was good. I have some friends, uh, one friend in particular, she and her daughter, and the mom was working. She couldn't afford any insurance. And so, this notion that Obamacare was going to help the poor, she couldn't afford it. And not only that, of a lot of the people that did have it, they were paying a fortune for a lot less care, and they had to uh, come up with with huge deductibles before anything would kick in. It was a horrible. Um, and so, yeah, something needs to be done, especially with people with pre-existing health conditions who, of no fault of their own, weren't able to buy health insurance. I mean, so yeah, there needs to be reform, but it needs to be the type of reform that doesn't take out what is good about our system. But so anyway, I mean, I think that overall, David, uh, you and I have a lot of fundamentally American principles, whether you like to agree with it or not. It's, sometimes we have a different way of going about how to achieve those goals and what's the best way to achieve it. But but I think our goals are most of the time, well, at least half of the time, in alignment. So anyway, people just want to be free, and people want to have opportunity, and nobody wants to be stuck working so that somebody who's lazy, who can work but doesn't want to, who wants to give money to that person? I mean, that person, it's like, well, get to work. Because, like I said, when we pay taxes, that's taking money that we had to labor for, and that takes away from our free enjoyment while somebody else gets the benefit of our sweat and our labor. That's why, Lincoln, from a very young age, he had to work really hard, and that was one of the things why he identified so much with the slaves, in that here they were doing all of this work, yet weren't getting proper compensation for it. And there's something wrong about taking a man's labor and not properly compensating them for it, and having freedom to go with it. So anyway, this is kind of a catch-all closing statement, but I'll end it there.
Okay. Folks, I think the reason that Teddy and I had such a broad ranging discussion about so many things is because we agree fundamentally on the central point. So we could have talked for 30 minutes and call it a day. But, we're also friends, and it's nice to catch up with friends and chat, and so I think that you get a little bit of an inside look at that. So, as far as Ukraine and Russia goes, my heart goes out to the people who live in both places. Because they're just people, and they don't control their destiny. So there are people in control that affect the lives of a lot of people who have effectively no control over their lives. And whether it's prayer or just our warmest thoughts and wishes, I think that, Teddy and I are in the same place here. And while we don't have any answers, implementation details are for people who get paid more money than we do, we have ideas and thoughts. And I think that those thoughts are important. And the way you get people to implement better policy is you change minds and hearts at the ground level. And so there are a few things that I would like to help change hearts and minds on. I would like to help us think about the situation in Russia and Ukraine not as a strategic situation or an economic situation, but a moral situation. And there doesn't seem to be a lot of conversation about that. But in all fairness, when it comes to foreign policy, Morality seems to be the last thing that anyone cares about. And I would like to change our mindset on that. I would like for ethics to be the guiding principle of how we interact with one another rather than economics. That's worth discussion and changing hearts and minds. Assassinating world leaders. Well, this is a problematic issue, fraught with all kinds of problems. I know a lot of the arguments on the other side of this. I have argued this before privately, so I get it. There are arguments to be made, but my idea, my thought here is that when a criminal is facing a police officer and the police officer draws a gun and he says, "Stop or I'll shoot," and the criminal is in the process not of selling cigarettes for 50 cents each, they're in the process of beating people to death, shooting people and stabbing people and harming people. And the police officer is just there with a gun saying, "Really, you need to stop or I'm going to kill you." At some point, the police officer needs to steady his feet and his shoulders and squeeze, not jerk the trigger, and drop that fool dead. Now, I think most of us in countries where police officers carry guns, we would agree with this. I don't see any difference, honestly, when it's on a national stage. The only difference is the question of sovereignty. Do you, as police officer in Island A, have the right to point your gun at another person in Island B? Well, I don't really care about sovereignty. So I would say yes. And I think that we have to get past that. But on matters of sovereignty, are there really a lot of differences between Teddy and I here? I'm not sure. We'd have to talk several hours more, probably not on mic, to figure out where that is. Because what I'm talking about is mindset, not implementation details. I care about all of the details that she does. She didn't bring up a single thing that doesn't worry me too. So, check. The thing is, I can look beyond that and say, but what if we could deal with that? Then would it be worth it? And if you're stuck at the phase of saying, but how do we deal with that? Then you can never think the next thought that actually gets you to the place of dealing with it. So I don't know exactly how we deal with matters of sovereignty, especially some of the ones that seem really ridiculous. I don't want to take away a culture's right to be themselves. In my idea of a world government, certainly in Star Trek's idea of a world government, people are still as they are. Cultures are still as they are. People, if your country is a religious country and it's a country where people in your religion like to live, and there are policies there that that speak well to the concerns of that religion, it would still exist under a world government. I see no reason why it wouldn't. It exists now. It would still exist in the same way that neighborhood rules exist, even though they're under city governments. That doesn't stop neighborhoods from passing laws that say you can't paint your roof pink. And I think that this is just one of those fears that if we have a higher authority, a higher level up, then that would destroy our distinctiveness. And in no situation that I can think of does that ever happen? That's not, in fact, how a hierarchical government system works. I can assure you, having lived several places in the country now, the people in Alabama are very different in their culture than the people in New Jersey or New York or Oregon or San Francisco or Iowa or Texas. Oh, God, please, will someone just take Texas? Mexico, we're selling it for cheap. In fact, you can just have it. It's yours. Yeah, I don't, there are all kinds of differences, and yet we can enjoy the benefits of being United States. There are all kinds of differences in Europe, and yet they are, the United Europe, kind of. So are there implementation details to work out? Of course there are, but there's no reason that even a place like Iraq wouldn't still be Iraq under a world government. Now, there are some places where the situation is so bad and the dictatorship is so bad, there would be major changes. Putin would have to go. Sorry. But there is a world where you have a world government where Xiaoping could stay. Very complicated. But I don't see the death of culture with that. What I do see is more accountability to someone. And right now, nations have no accountability to anyone. And that's why they can run amok. You can say, well, they have accountability to their people, but they don't really if they've got their foot on the neck of their people. And so, yeah, I can't tell you how to make this work. I live in the generation that I live in, so I have almost as many mental roadblocks as anyone else. But I have the one thing that a lot of people don't, which is the mindset that it would be better if we could make it work. And it's worth exploring because we are one people. I cringe when Christians say, God bless America. How dare you? Did God create America? Really? Is that what you think? Because why are you so interested in God blessing America as opposed to God blessing Afghanistan? I understand the difference in governments and policies and people forward policies and people backward policies. But the people of Afghanistan are still people, and they deserve to be equally blessed. Nationalism really offends me in a lot of ways, and so I have never been patriotic. I've never been a flag waver because I guess maybe because I've never really felt like I fit in to this country's ethos anyway. I'm not the people that this country was made for. So you can keep your flag. Thank you very much. But I'm a person without a country. I don't trace my ancestry back to any particular country, and if I could, they probably wouldn't have me, and I certainly wouldn't have them. So I have never felt like a person with a country, and I've never really understood this national pride. We are either citizens of the world or we aren't. Am I right? I don't know, but that's where I am, and I wish more people would come to see other people that way, because if we did, I think we would be far more humane. I think we would be less likely to see, oh, well, that's a hard-working person and that's a lazy, homeless person. I think that we would be better off just seeing persons as persons, because there are a lot of circumstances that go into a person being a hardworking person as opposed to a homeless person. There are a lot of circumstances that we are not considering, and I think that we just have to learn how to be more charitable to people who are not in our particular clique or neighborhood. And at the end of the day, maybe that comes full circle with Ukraine. They're not Americans. And maybe you can say that part of their problem is of their own making because they were in this stupid Soviet bloc and they voted for people who, or maybe they had some bad attitudes about, or I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. They're people suffering. And I feel as much for their suffering as I do for anyone suffering in the world, including the people suffering right here in New Jersey. And there's no part of me that understands any framework that would make me care about the New Jerseyans suffering more than the Ukrainians. So that's the world that I want to see. I want to see this world with fewer borders and more accountability. And maybe we can lift humanity up in a way that creates something that looks a little like a utopia. Could it be, Teddy, that the difference is that my utopia has to be man-made on this earth in this life? In your utopia, you can put off someplace else for another life? Could that be it? I don't know. I hope not. Because I'm never going to believe in your utopia, and you're probably never going to believe in mine. but we'll keep trying. So finally, I think one of the best things from this conversation is someone as different from me as Teddy. Teddy and I, we're very different people. I promise we're very different people. We can have this conversation and with understanding and respect and love and appreciation for the other person. We can break down our personal borders to make that happen. And so for these few hours, the world has been a much better place for me. And I think if we can do more of that around the world will be a much better place for everyone. Thanks so much, everyone. And we will cut it off right here.